and making the seminar a successful one today. To make the auspicious beginning of today's seminar, I humbly invite our distinguished guests, dignitaries, to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. Respected dignitaries on the stairs are requested to come forward to light the ceremonial lamp. All the participants are requested to stand up. Student volunteers, please help in lighting the lamp. The student volunteers are requested to ready for the welcome song. Thank you all the esteemed guests, lighting the holy lamp and making the air filled with positivity. Now to begin this program on a melodious and positive note, I invite our talented students to present the welcome song to grace this occasion. Let us welcome Vijay Lakshmi, Manisha, Sonalisa, Suhan, Vishwajit, Pooja, Sanjay, Swayam Satyasri and Siva Prasad for the welcome song.
पावन सुहागन समय आज है, आप आए अतिथियों में सरताज है। ये पावन सुहागन समय आज है, आप आए अतिथियों के सरताज है। देव की भांति पूजन करे आज हम, देव की भांति पूजन करे आज हम। स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम। बगिया से हमने है कलियां चुनी, श्रद्धा की फूल से हमने माला बुनी। मन की बगिया से हमने है कलियां चुनी, श्रद्धा के फूल से हमने माला बुनी। करते हैं मिलके अर्पित सुमन आज हम, करते हैं मिलके अर्पित सुमन आज हम। स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम। मन के वीणा से गुंजित ध्वनि मंगलम। स्वागतम 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 स्वागतम।
everyone. Indeed, a very soulful presentation. Let us give them a very big round of applause. Now let us move forward to the next segment. It is now my privilege to invite our esteemed patron, Professor Draupadi Patel Madam, Principal, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Anugur, on stage to extend the formal welcome address to the gathering. Madam, please.
A very warm good morning, everyone. Esteemed Chief Patron, Professor Chancellor Dandapat Sir, Vice Chancellor, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Mansi Goswami Ma'am, Principal, Regional Institute of Education, NCRT, Bhubaneswar. Esteemed Keynote Speaker, former Professor Dean of Research, Department of Education, RI, Bhubaneswar. My PhD and Delete Supervisor, Professor Dr. Bhujendranath Panda Sir. Esteemed Guest of Honor, Professor Sambit Kumar Padi, Department of Education, Guru Ghansidas Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Esteemed Guest of Honor, Professor Payal Banerjee, Department of Education, Guru Ghansidas Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Esteemed Guest of Honor, Professor Manoj Kumar Pradhan Sir, Principal, DPISC, Barampur. Esteemed Guest of Honor, Professor Devendra Kumar Sethi Sir, DPISC, Barampur. Esteemed Professor, Program Advisor, former Principal of Baleshwar, and Professor Purnachandra Behra Sir, NKCCT, Angul. Esteemed Program Advisor, former Dean of Education and retired Principal of DPISC, Barampur, and Kavi Samrat Utkal Upendra Bhanja, Teacher Education, Bhanjanagar, Professor Bimal Charan Swain Sir. Esteemed Advisor, Associate Professor Balabhadra Jaina Sir, NKCCT, Angul. Dear Program Convener, Assistant Professor Dr. Pratyush Ranjan Sahu Sir. Dear Co-Convener, Assistant Professor Dr. Plavani Bal Ma'am. Dear Program Coordinator, Assistant Professor Prakash Chandra Sahu Sir. Dear Co-Coordinator, Assistant Professor Mandakini Barik Ma'am. Dear Assistant Professor Monalisa Das Madam, Government Autonomous College, Angul. Dear HOD, Department of Education, Assistant Professor Rajsri Das, Autonomous College, Angul. Dear Soumya Subhadarshini, Prabhina Ma'am, and Kamalakanta Das. And dear all organizing team members, colleagues, invited guests, delegates, dignitaries, teacher educators, and beloved students. And I extend hearty welcome to all my colleagues of our institutions. I extend a warm and hearty welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates, invited guests, and students to the one-day national seminar. I am very much thankful to the chief guest, Professor Mansi Goswami Ma'am, for her greatness, accepting our invitation, encouragement and support to make this seminar a grand success. I would like to express our gratitude to keynote speaker, Professor Bhujendranath Sir, for his valuable contributions in our seminar continuously for the third time. We are honored to have you with us, sir. I feel honored to welcome our guest of honors, Professor Dr. Sambit Sir, Professor Payal Ma'am, Professor Manoj Sir, Professor Sethi Sir, for their kind cooperation, support, accepting our invitation, and giving their consent as guest of honor of our one-day national seminar on experiential learning, a pedagogy paradigm shift in education. I hope This one-day seminar will be highly educative and memorable to one and all stakeholders who are associated with it. I am confident that such an initiative will help us in spreading the utility of the subject for the community, but will also inspire students to understand the importance of experiential learning. Presently, the teacher's work is not confined to only impart knowledge in the classroom. Rather, it has become a multitasking work. Therefore, it is a big responsibility of the teacher education institutions to create efficient, well-qualified and motivated teachers. Experiential learning is a process where knowledge is created through the transformation of experience. Education is no longer seen as a phase ending with a degree, but as a continuous process of self-improvement and skill acquisition. Our goal should be preparing students for complex, unpredictable, and rapidly evolving future challenges. Paradigm shift in education refer to fundamental changes in the way we view and carry out the learning process. This shift prioritizes collaborative, personalized, inquiry-based learning, transforming teachers into facilitators and preparing students for a dynamic, globalized world. I expect that this seminar will be productive and the next few hours will be fruitful to all of you for your future venture. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your inspiring and thoughtful welcome address. Your guidance and encouragement have made this occasion even more special. Thank you for your insightful and motivating welcome address. Your words have laid a wonderful foundation for today's program. Let us now move forward. Now I would like to invite our esteemed convener on stage, Dr. Pratyush Ranjan Sahu sir, Assistant Professor, NKCCT Angul, to kindly introduce our distinguished guests and dignitaries present here today. We look forward to your introduction, sir. Please.
Hello. Arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. Swami Vivekananda. These powerful words embody the essence of NEP 2020, which envisions a transformed education system that empowers teachers, nurtures innovation, and builds a knowledge-driven society. As we stand at the cusp of Amritkal, striving towards the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, the role of educators becomes more critical than ever. A nation's progress is deeply intertwined with the quality of its teachers, for they are the architects of young minds who will drive India's growth. And by integrating technology, research, indigenous knowledge system, and inclusive teaching methodology, this policy revitalizes the teaching learning process from its very roots. Good morning, Namaskar, Jai Jagannath, respected Chief Patron of this National Seminar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jagneshwar Dandapat sir, respected Patron and Principal, Dr. Draupadi Patil Madam, respected Chief Guest, Professor Manasi Goswami Madam, Principal, Regional Institute of Education, NCRT Bhubaneswar, esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Bhujendranath Panda sir, former Dean of Research, Regional Institute of Education, NCRT Bhubaneswar, respected guest of honor, Professor Manoj Kumar Pradhan sir, Dean of Pedagogical Sciences and Principal, DPIAC Barampur, and respected guest of honor, Professor Devendra Kumar Sethi sir, Professor DPIAC Barampur, respected Professor Sambit Kumar Padi sir, Head Department of Education, Guru Ghasdas University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh, Dr. Payal Banerjee Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Professor Purnachandra Behera sir, former principal and former principal city Baleshwar and Professor NKC city Angul. Professor Bimal Charan Swai sir, former Dean of Education, Barampur University and retired principal, DPIAC Barampur and KSUB City, Bhanjanagar. Respected advisor of National Seminar, Dr. Balabhadra Jena sir, Associate Professor, NKC City, Angul. Respected heads, principals and faculty members of other reputed and neighboring institutions. Dear participants who have joined both offline and online mode, respected colleagues, media personals, dignitaries, technical teams and my dearest student teacher friends. A very warm and cordial welcome to all of you on behalf of Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this one-day national seminar on experiential learning, a paradigm shift in education. Education is undergoing a transformative shift from passive knowledge transmission to active, meaningful engagement. The National Seminar Experiential Learning, a Paradigm Shift in Education, it is designed to explore this dynamic transition and its profound impact on modern teaching and learning practices. Inspired by the pioneering ideas of John Dewey and shaped by experiential learning model of David Kolb, experiential learning places experience at the heart of the educational process. It emphasizes learning by doing, reflective practice and real-world application as powerful tools for deeper understanding. The theme of today's seminar, therefore, is highly relevant and very much timely, and it invites educators, researchers, policymakers and teacher trainees to reflect upon how experiential learning can reshape our classrooms and empower learners to become active participants in their own educational journey. Through this national seminar, we aim to create a vibrant platform for scholarly dialogue and intellectual exchange. We hope that the deliberation, the presentations and the discussions today will explore innovative pedagogical strategies, share research findings and highlight best practices that can strengthen experiential learning in teacher education and school education. As a teacher education institution, this esteemed and historical institution, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul, has always been committed to prepare future teachers and teacher educators who are not only knowledgeable but also reflective practitioners capable of transforming classrooms into spaces of meaningful learning. So organizing this seminar is a humble step in that direction. I firmly believe that discussions and deliberations today will inspire new ideas, strengthen our understanding of experiential learning and contribute to building a more dynamic learner-centered education system. With these words, I once again welcome all of you and wish this national seminar every success. Thank you, all of you. Now it's time to introduce our respected dignitaries on the dais. So I take this opportunity to introduce our respected patron and principal of Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul, Professor Draupadi Patil Madam. She is presently working as principal. She has 33 years of teaching and research experience. She passed her MA in Education from Kurukshetra University and she was awarded PhD and DLit in Education from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Madam has guided 13 MPhil and 35 M.Ed students for their dissertation and is also guiding 2 PhD research scholars. Madam has been awarded with Best Women Educationist in 2015 from Indian Psychometric Educational Research Association, IPERA, Agra. for her remarkable contribution at the 7th International Conference at IPERA. And she has also written a book for 2 years B.Ed students on understanding the self, and is also editor of book on emerging trends in educational technology, pedagogy of school subjects, geography. I welcome you, madam. Now I take this opportunity to introduce and once again welcome the chief guest of this national seminar, my teacher, Professor Manasi Goswami, madam. Madam has 10 years of teaching experience in post-graduation, MSc Ed Physics, RI Mysore, 35 years of teaching experience in UG and B.Ed program, and she has training experiences of in-service teachers of elementary, secondary and higher secondary level. She has so much of research experience. She has research experience in nuclear physics and physics education since 1983. She has published 10 research papers in pure physics in international journals and 25 research papers in physics education in national journals and international conference proceedings of repute. Madam has so many publications and long list, and so I will be highlighting some of the madam's publications and madam's contribution to this educational field. And madam has different articles also. Madam published so many books like New Edges of Physics, the textbook of oscillation and waves. Okay. And different other books also she has published. Madam has experience of so many course material and training modules development. She has developed a 32 credit 2-semester diploma program in science education at secondary level for transaction in blended mode, both in offline and online mode. And she has also developed curriculum development for BSc B.Ed, CBCS, pre-service teacher training, 4-year integrated BSc B.Ed syllabus, and she has also different programs in PM E-Vidya Sahyog program NCRT, scientific attitude for post-COVID adjustment, and she has been awarded with Samanta Chandrasekhar Janapriya Vigyan Lekhak from DST, Government of Odisha in 2006. She has been awarded with Mahamaya Patnaik Memorial Janapriya Vigyan Lekhak, Vigyan Prachar Samiti, Kotak in 2010, and she has been awarded with Popular Science Writer Award from National Book Trust of India in New Delhi 2012. So, in between, our respected and honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, has joined. So, once again, I invite our respected patron and principal of Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul, Dr. Draupadi Medal, madam, to kindly introduce sir. Madam, please.
Good morning, sir. Esteemed Chief Patron, Professor Chancellor Dandapat, sir, Vice Chancellor, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, I feel honored to welcome you, sir, in the one-day national seminar of our institution, NKCCT Angul. I am delighted to introduce our esteemed Chief Patron, Professor Chancellor Dandapat, sir, who has warmly accepted our invitation to join us today in spite of having busy schedule. Professor Dandapat, sir, is an inspiration for many, as the accomplishments he has made are not an easy task. Professor Dandapat, sir, is an academician and biotechnology researcher who is serving as the Vice Chancellor of Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. He is a senior professor in the Department of Biotechnology at the university and was held several important academic and administrative positions. Besides that, he has been working as professor and head Department of Biotechnology, Director, Research and Development, Utkal University, Coordinator of the Department of Biotechnology, HRD program, Coordinator of the Center of Excellence in Integrated OMI6 and Computational Biology. Research work focuses on redox homeostasis, epigenetics, and immune response. Professor Dandapad sir teaches subjects such as immunology, cell and molecular biology, biomoleculars, and biotechniques, and has supervised several PhD scholars, and also contributed significantly to biotechnology education and research. He has also served as Director of Research and Development and Coordinator of various national research programs. As Vice Chancellor, he is responsible for overseeing academic administration and strengthening the university's research and educational initiatives. Now I would like to request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Chancellor Dandapad sir, to enlighten the audience through his valuable and motivating words. Please, sir.
Okay, so I beg pardon. Actually, our chief patron has some important work immediately came, and sir will be joining in 15 to 20 minutes. So going forward, I would like to introduce the keynote speaker for today's national seminar, Professor Bhujendranath Panda. Sir is my teacher. Sir was former head and dean of research, Regional Institute of Education, NCERT Bhubaneswar. And sir has specialization in teacher education, research methodology, assessment and program evaluation, tribal education, psychology of education, and pedagogy of social science. Sir has teaching experience of 38 years, and sir served in Utkal University, Arunachal University, Kurukshetra University, and Regional Institute of Education, NCERT Bhubaneswar. And sir is presently joined as adjunct professor of education in IIT Bhubaneswar. Sir has published 130 papers in national and international journals and conference proceedings of repute. Sir has presented 250 papers in national and international seminar and conferences. Sir has joined as keynote speaker, chief guest and chairperson in more than 300 conferences, seminars and academic forums of national and international level. Sir has guided 43 students and under his guidance, 43 students have been awarded PhD degree in education from Utkal University, and 50 numbers of students have completed their MPhil degree, and 58 numbers of students have completed MA degree from Utkal University. And sir has completed 25 major and minor research projects, and sir has also published 5 books on teacher education, educational psychology, tribal education, etc. And sir has also so many academic contributions. Sir has been engaged in course preparation for B.Ed, M.Ed, M.Phil and PhD courses in education. Sir has been members of 17 professional bodies of national importance and chief editor, editor of 2 journals, and member of editorial committee of 8 journals. Sir has visited so many countries, and from which I will take 1 or 2 names, like sir has visited Norway, Bangkok, South Korea, UK, America, Canada, Germany, etc. And there is a long list of sir's contribution in the field of education. So I welcome you, sir, to this national conference. And next I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Our guest of honor for today's national seminar, Professor Manoj Kumar Pradhan sir. Sir is a distinguished academician in the field of education, and sir is currently serving as the Dean of Pedagogical Sciences at Barampur University, and sir is the chairman of the Departmental Research Committee in Education and principal of DPIAC Barampur. He has an outstanding academic record with first-class achievement throughout his career. And sir completed his higher education from reputed institutions like Ravensa College under Utkal University, and further enriched his academic profile with an MA in English and PGDT from IFLU, Hyderabad. And with rich experience across several premier teacher education institutions in Odisha, he has made significant contribution to teacher education and research. He has published over 20 research papers in national and international journals, and has successfully guided numerous MPhil and PhD scholars. And Dr. Pradhan sir is widely recognized as a resource person, keynote speaker, and subject expert in academic and professional forums. His area of interest include educational philosophy, psychology, and language. I welcome you, sir. We have with us Professor Devendra Kumar Sethi sir. Sir is professor in DPIAC Barampur. He is a highly experienced and dedicated academician, and sir has illustrious teaching career spanning over 26 years, and he has consistently contributed to the advancement of teacher education and academic excellence. He commended his professional journey in 1999, and sir has also served at NKCCT Ongole, and sir also served at Bhanjanagar, Koraput, and Barampur, gaining diverse and enriching academic exposure. Sir is renowned for his commitment to quality education, mentorship, and institutional development. I welcome you, sir. We have with us our respected advisor of this national seminar, Professor Purnachandra Behera sir. Sir was the former principal of College of Teacher Education, Baleshwar, and sir is serving as professor in Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Ongole. He completed his graduation in 1991 from Bhadrak College, Bhadrak, and pursued his postgraduate degree in education in 1993 from Ravensa University, Cuttack. And sir has joined his PhD in education from Patna University, Patna, Bihar. In 1996, he was appointed as a lecturer in education at Patna University, Bihar. He continued in this role until 1999. And later on, from 1999 to 2013, he served at DAV College of Teacher Education, Koraput. Later, he took on the role of reader and associate professor at this esteemed college, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Ongole, from 2012 to 2022. In 2022, he was promoted to the position of professor in education, and he became the principal of College of Teacher Education, Baleshwar. And fortunately, sir is also with us from last 1 year, and sir is working here and guiding us. His suggestion and advice is very recommendable, and I welcome you, sir. Next, I would take this opportunity to introduce Professor Bimal Charan Swain sir, former Dean of Education, Barampur University, Barampur, retired principal, DPIAC Barampur, and KSUBCT Bhanjanagar. Sir is a distinguished senior teacher educator, author, and research guide in the field of education. He has retired as former Dean of Education, Barampur University, Barampur. He is currently serving as professor in education at Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, and with an extensive academic contribution, sir has published more than 130 research papers in various national and international journals, and has authored and edited numerous books. We can see his books in our library also. So many books of sir is in our library. He is the first author of several notable works, including elements of education, teacher education, education of scheduled tribe, etc. and etc. Sir has delivered lectures as an invited speaker in various institutions of higher education and has actively participated in more than 100 state and national and international seminars as a chairperson and a keynote speaker. And he has successfully guided 8 PhD scholars, 13 MPhil students and 35 MA students in their dissertation. He is a member of subject research committee and departmental research committees in several reputed universities like Utkal University, Barampur University, KIT University, etc. Sir is actively involved in academic activities with institutions such as IGNO, UGC, a Human Resource Development Center, SCRT, the Board of Secondary Education Odisha and various educational societies, and he has also been invited as an expert on educational discussion on Doordarshan. We have also seen sir in television so many times. So I welcome you, sir, to this national seminar. We have with us our another advisor of this national seminar, Dr. Balabhadra Jena sir, Associate Professor, Educational Studies, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul. Sir has also a long academic voyage with 19 years of B.Ed, M.Ed and MA in education programs in state universities of Odisha and out of the state universities as a teacher. More than 30 numbers of research papers presented in both national and international seminars and conferences and attended as resource persons in both national and international seminar. He has authored 2 books as co-author. He has also published so many papers in international journals, edited books and magazines, and more than 2 books are already in pipeline in order to publish. I welcome you, sir. So we have another 2 guests, Professor Sambit Kumar Padhi sir and Dr. Payal Banerjee madam, and they will be joining at the panel discussion session, that is plenary session 1, and I will be introducing them, both of the faculty members, both of the dignitaries at that time. Now it's time to felicitate our respected dignitaries, guests for this national seminar. So I would like to request Professor Draupadi Patil Madam, Patron and Principal, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul, to kindly felicitate Professor Bhujendra Nath Panda sir. Sir's contributions in many of our life has very enormous, and many of our faculty members, including me, are the student of Professor B.N. Panda sir. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and joining us this time also. I request Professor Draupadi Patil Madam to kindly felicitate Professor Manoj Kumar Pradhan sir, guest of honor, Principal of DPIAC Barampur and Dean of Pedagogical Sciences, Barampur University. A round of big applause. Next, I would like to request Madam to kindly felicitate Professor Devendra Kumar Sethi sir, Professor DPIAC Barampur. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request Professor Bhujendra Nath Panda sir to kindly felicitate our respected patron and principal of Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Professor Draupadi Patil Madam. And because of her leadership, we have come a long way, and so she is the leading lady of this NKCCT family. And this is the great opportunity for Madam to be felicited from her PhD and DLIT guide and supervisor, Professor Bhujendra Nath Panda sir. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Bhujendranath Pandya sir to kindly felicitate our advisors of this national seminar, Professor Purna Chandra Behera sir. Next, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate Professor Bimal Charan Swain sir, former Dean of Research, Berhampur University. So this time we have something very special in national seminar as three important and very experienced faculties are as the advisors of this national seminar. I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Balabhadra Jana sir, Associate Professor, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Professor Purnachandra Behera sir, Professor Bimal Charan Swai sir, and Dr. Balabhadra Jana sir. Three senior faculty members have guided us, supervised this national seminar, and for their guidance and supervision, this national seminar is being possible today. So thank you once again, all the dignitaries on the dais. I would like to request. Okay, thank you, madam. No, madam. So, madam, GC join karibe. Okay, sir. Now I would like to request Professor Bhujendranath Pandya sir.
So, anyway, so I respect. Let's see that. Let's see. Let's go. चालू है ना चलो এটা চলছে এটা ধরি কইলে হবে না anyway so respected honorable vice chancellor Professor Dhanpatji, the chief patron of national seminar, Professor Manasi Gosai madam, chief guest, Principal Regional Institute of Education, Bhubaneswar, and patron of the college, Professor Draupadi Patel, Principal, NKC, CTE, on board. Then Professor Manoj Sir, Principal DPIAC Berhampur, Professor Devendra Kumar Sir, Professor DPIAC Berhampur, in absentia Professor Sambit Padhi, Professor Guru Ghasidas Central University, Chhattisgarh, Dr. Payal Banerjee, Department of Education, Guru Ghasidas Central University, Chhattisgarh, Professor Purnachandra Behera Sir, Professor NKC CTE, on board, Professor Bimal Chandra Swai Sir, former Dean and presently joined in NKC city on gold, and Balabhadra Jena sir, NKC city on gold. And two friends, Pratyush and Lavani, sorry, sure. And all the respected colleagues, student friends, and those who have joined, perhaps 7-8 friends joined in online. So whatever you have heard, so let me first congratulate you all, because this hall is full, maybe 150 around, I don't know exactly. So this concept of experiential learning, what all the friends have said, it is a paradigm shift in education. Practically, the experiential learning started a long back. I'll give some historical genesis, because I presented not exactly paper, because I prepared a paper, but I will not look into that. Only last page I will see to that. So when I talk about experiential learning, it is a very different type of paradigm. Everybody, all of us, those who are in the teaching profession, we are doing something. And in your B.Ed program or M.Ed program, or wherever our friends are joined in IT program, we know that we are adopting one additional aspect, that is experiential learning in the school, internship, the hands-on experience. Also, we are providing opportunity to the student to go to the schools. In RI Bhubaneswar, we named it as School Exposure Program. Also, we have Multicultural Placement Program. So, school exposure, multicultural placement, internship, and working with community. These are all experiential learning. And from that, we can learn a lot. Because what Madam was saying, or we know that hands-on experience. I will give you a different John Dewey, or I can say that Rousseau, I can say that Maria Montessori, Vygotsky, and Paul Frey, David Clove, Aristotle, Immanuel Kant, Carl Rogers, and Kurt Lewin, Piaget. From all these peoples have advocated for experiential learning in different forms. What I want to say is that learning by doing, learning through experience, learning through participation, and because that somebody was saying about that I can better learn if I have to involve myself. Wherever the person, because I can say one simple example. Whenever you are going to the class as a teacher friends or the student friends, whenever you are going to the class, if you are really permitting the participant, as a teacher educator, your participant student friends, as a student friends, you are going to teach to the real students in the classroom situation. So if you are permitting, that is student to participate in the learning, definitely learning will be better and faster and durable. This is not a new concept at all. National Education Policy 2020 emphasized it, that experiential learning approach or art integrated pedagogy or sports integrated pedagogy, these are all practicum related activities. If I have to prepare food, I have to involve myself, so definitely learning will be better. Understanding will be better. Ideas will be better. Because in the present 21st century, we are interested to develop different type of new thinking on the part of the learner. Say for example, problem solving ability. Say for example, creativity talent. Say for example, that means say, thinking about the thinking, involvement, discovering something. So unless and until the person is involved, no learning is really effective and fruitful in the future. Because in the PISA study, you might have known, some of the teacher educators, they might have known. Our 11th and 10th class students of best schools of India, they participated. And positions of our students was, out of 70 country, it was 68. Just you imagine. That means it's a very lower side of the coin. So then you can repeat. So I'll talk once VC, respected VC sir will be speaking, I will be speaking afterwards. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Sir will be continuing after Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, respected Vice Chancellor, Utkal University, Professor Jageshwar Dhanpat, sir. So I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly address this August gathering, sir. Sir, please. Sir, you are not audible.
Hello, am I audible now?
Hello. Sir, you are audible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. So, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience or delay because I was in a meeting. So, without taking much time, that respected principal, Dr. Patel, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, and the revered guest, Professor Manashi Goswami, Principal Regional Institute of Education, all other guests in this event, and the other faculty members of the institute, participants, and delegates, and their students, and all the teachers who have joined in this program. So it is a privilege on my part to join in this program, and though I was interested, I could not join physically because of certain preoccupied assignments. So coming to the theme of this workshop, this is the experiential learning that I think Honorable Speaker was talking on this, and I think you will learn from the distinguished speakers that what are the different aspects of, and what are the requirements, and what is the impact of such experiential learning. So coming to this education, that you can say that teacher education is a very important aspect of this contemporary society, and teacher has always been regarded one of the best and noble professions. So whatever the profession you think, that whether it is the medical profession, the engineering, business, everything is been created by the revered teachers. So we should give the highest respect and regards to the teachers, so who are the who are contributing to the society and the backbone of this nation. So few things I must tell, that being a teacher, being a trainer, we have certain responsibilities, and there are a lot of challenges, despite a lot of challenges in the heterogeneity of the individuals, heterogeneity of the people, in the students, in the classroom, and availability of the tools, classroom management. We should find out the new skills. You should find out and develop the skills, available skills. At the same time, you should develop a positive attitude. Positive attitude, a good communication skill that will be the, you can say, driver of inspiration for the learner. So effective communications, the richness of the content, and that determines the quality of the educations. So the experiential learning, that is the, you can say, requirement, and that is the need of the hour, that when we think of the learning-based outcome, we are now talking about the learning-based outcome, we are now trying to integrate that academy, industry, startup, innovations. So all those things collectively, they contribute the holistic growth of an individual. So experiential learning definitely is one of the important components which can contribute that the full-fledged learning of the individuals. So learning no more is confined to the classrooms. So beyond the classrooms, beyond the four walls of the classrooms, beyond the blackboards or interactive boards, the learning should be purposeful, learning should be experiential, and learning should be that encourage that while learning, they should learn perfectly, they should perform it, they should experience it. That will contribute the learning is purposeful, and that should be translated into some tangible outcome. So there are a lot of challenges. Despite we have available tools and technology, techniques with us, there are different types of challenges teachers are usually facing, starting from very basic classroom management to different group of students, different group of, you can say, learners. So it is the responsibility of the teachers that how effectively you should be able to communicate. So I am sure, and I congratulate that Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education and all the organizers, including our revered principals, that they have taken a challenge, and that is the need of the hour to impart the training, learning to the different group of individuals or the peoples about the experiential learning. So I'm sure that deliberations from the different domain expertise will definitely enrich the additional skills of the teachers, additional skills of the learner, and the domain skills along with this extracurricular and the additional skill definitely contribute much better outcome, much better learning outcome, and that will be the purpose, that will be our motto, and that should be implemented, that should be translated to the society for the greater benefit of the people. So thank you everyone, thank you for inviting me, and I wish you all the best for this program. Thank you everyone.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your valuable deliberations and blessings to all of us. And I would like to thank you on behalf of this esteemed institution, Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education, Angul, for accepting our invitation and joining us in spite of your so many assignments, commitments. And so I would like to thank you once again. And sir also highlighted several points like positive attitudes, good communication skill, reflective communication, and integrating academia with industry, and so many things in his short deliberation. So I thank you, sir, for your blessings to all of us. So going forward, I would like to...
Thank you. I need to log out, so I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Everyone.
Thank you, sir. So going forward, we will resume our SARS deliberation. I request once again Professor B.N. Pandit, sir, please.
Anyway, so friends, you are listening about the Honorable VC's message, or we can say that his deliberation, that we have to be very careful, because experiential learning all depends upon the participation, involvement. Unless and until you have to involve yourself in any work, whether it is teaching or not in teaching, Once you have to involve, so definitely that involvement will give you better ideas, better learning, and better output, so that you will become a successful future person in that particular area where you have to involve yourself. So that is what I was saying, that this is not a transformational shift. Always we are saying it's a transformational shift in the education. Okay. In our own teaching learning practices, many of our friends, they have adopted this particular technique knowingly or unknowingly in their own classroom situation. Go to any school, whether it is central schools or government schools or public schools or private schools, many teachers in different subjects, maybe mathematics or science or social science or language, they adopt some of the other ways of handling the students in the classroom situation. So that is otherwise known as experiential learning. That is why when we talk about John Dewey, his main thrust was learning by doing, or we can say that pragmatic approach in learning, reflections on experience. You ask yourself, whenever you are reflecting on a particular fact, your learning will be better. Just to ask yourself, you are staying in the hostel, or you are going on the road, or you are in the classroom. When you are deeply involved and experiencing on a particular issue and reflecting upon, so definitely your ideas will be superb. Your knowledge base will be changed. Your thinking process will be amazed. So that is why, so John Dewey, very long back, just I don't want to give the name here, but learning by doing was also one of the basic premises during that particular point of time for better learning. Similarly, Rousseau also, learning through natural experiences. Sometimes you might have seen idealism, pragmatism, naturalism, or existentialism, realism. So there, the learner has to participate. The aims of education and the pedagogical principles of idealistic, naturalistic, pragmatist, and existentialist were the experience, participation. They were giving emphasis on participation. That is why we can say that exploration. So when you have to explore, learning will be better and faster. So that idea was given very long back, Rousseau. He was having that type. Even Maria Montessori, learning through explorations and experimentation. A small child, whenever you have to see lot of toy materials is given to a particular child, small child, age 3 or 4 or 5, and you have to dismantle it. So they will be trying to put it in a proper manner after some times. So that is the learning, actual learning. So dismantling and mantling, again joining in a perfect form. Suppose one toy, we have to dismantle. And the students, after a lot of struggle, they again join that particular dismantled materials into one. So learning will be better, and their reflections will be better, and they will become a very superior persons in the future. Those students or those persons, those who are got enough opportunities, whether at home or educational institution or by self or by motivation with someone, so definitely their reflections, their thinking, their ideas are better. So that is why Montessori, Maria Montessori was giving emphasis on exploration. Exploration is nothing but it is also a experiential learning that is to be undertaken. Learning guided by the social interaction. That is, we can say that Vygotsky, society play very significant. So, because I have a very loud voice, my vocal cord has been changed. Micro किती आवश्यकता नाही. But anyway, that some people are also online. They will not be able to. Okay. So what I want to say there. So that is learning guided by social interaction or hands-on experience and collaboration. What collaborate? Suppose I want to drive a car. Simple. So by reading the guidelines, I cannot able to drive the car. Simple logic. If I want to drive a car, I have to go to the field and I have to sit on that and I have to drive it. Then learning will be better. By reading the guidelines of driving a car will not give better ideas. I may not be able to drive properly. So that is why, what was the society play a very significant. I have to learn from the society, social situation. Say for example, I am always talking about the students' perception. So many students, you are not belongs to one particular family. You have not come from a particular place. So from the social interaction, my habits, my nature, my way of thinking, my ideology, my behavior may be different from others. So like that, one can learn. When I observe a particular situation, suppose I am undertaking one particular activities in the class or outside the class. So by observing what other persons are doing, also indirectly or directly give me better input for better understanding. So that is experiential learning. Experiential learning does not mean that only we have to conduct experiment in the laboratory condition and we have to learn. It may be within the class, it may be outside the class, it may be laboratory, it may be outside the laboratory, it may be play field, it may be at home, it may be at any place, it may be a seminar, what is happening. So that means what I want to say is that, so we have to be very careful that society play, so hands-on experience, only basic crux of experiential learning approach. Even we can say that. Paul Frey, what were the things? Now participation and dialogue, where there is an interaction, there will be dialogue in between two persons, learning will be better. By learning by myself alone from a textbook, and sharing each other ideas, discussing among yourself. In two persons, they will be sharing among, discussion among themselves, learning will be better. It is not a very new concept, what I observed from my personal perspective point of view. Even though it has been reflected very emphatically in National Education Policy 20 and 20, but it is a very old concept, deep-rooted in the Indian knowledge system. I will be telling about the Veda, Purana and Mahabharata. That is also here. So what I want, even our own, that means philosophers, Swami Vivekananda, Mahatma Gandhi, Rabindranath Tagore, Krishnamurti, Sri Aurobindo, Gijubai Badeka, all they have said. I have all these ideas. So what I want to say is that, what I want, माइकटा ठीक करनु ना कोन टेक्निशियन हवा टेक्निशियन हवा बेले तुमको कॉन्फिडेंट हवा पड़ियो ये गुडा टेक्निक्स तो यू मस्ट बी मास्टर ओवर दैट टिके भी प्रॉब्लम हवा कथा नहीं so what I want to say, so that is, so experiential learning is failed here. So what I want to say is that, so that learning through participation and dialogue, so the dialogue help us for transformation in the ideas. So that is one of the experiential learning which has been told very long back. Paul Frey, learning through participation and dialogue. David Cole, everybody knows that 4 ideas. Learning occurs through concrete experiences, engagement, abstract conceptualization, reflective observation, and abstract experimentation. These 4 words, this is a very old concept, that learning through concrete experience, that means participation, engaging, and we have to engage. In the constructivist approach, when it was 2005, when National Curriculum Framework was developed by NCERT, that time, so we were having lot of emphasis that constructivist perspectives or constructivist way of teaching, engagement, the 5P model, engagement. Another is, first one is engage, then explain, explore, then explain, then elaborate, then evaluate. The 5P, what does it indicate? Engagement. So we have to engage any situation, small to big, driving a car or preparing rice at home, and to becoming a software engineer or AI, in the present context AI, manipulations, all the things. So what I want to say is that small to big, where the person is part and parcel of that particular process. So you might have seen that definitely, so learning will be better, definitely. So if you are involved yourself, you just ask yourself, those students, mathematics for example, those students know the tricks of mathematics because there are many tricks of mathematics. So you know that tricks, so your learning will be better. Small tricks. You know the language, communication, that is communication power. Or we can say the problem solving ability. Or we can say that creative talent. These students, those who have done that, Madam was showing her, we have gone and seen that art, designing, that is creative ideas, both sides. That that is the actual learning. That means deep-rooted involvement is essential. Deep-rooted involvement can enhance and change all type of abilities. जो चार चीज है, knowledge and understanding, application and skill. That skill part is otherwise nothing but experiential learning. Skill part. So we have to be enriched in our own skill. All the teacher educators, all the students teachers, they have to enrich their own skills. That means utilizing the skills when it is required at a particular point of time. If I am a mathematics teacher, somebody was asking me yesterday, sir, I have to speak someplace, innovative assessment for teaching mathematics in some university. I will give you some good assessment techniques. What are the innovative assessment techniques which will be used to assess the mathematics performance? So nothing, I told that. Alternative assessments are there. And we can say that rubrics are there. Or even the open book examination nowadays giving lot of emphasis. So point of saying is that, so we have to have lot of involvement in the learning process. So that is to be encouraged, that is to be practiced, that is to be nurtured, that is to be accepted in the present context. Because we have very much, that means liking towards remembering and reproducing. Though that Bloom's taxonomy of first part, that remembering, and last part, evaluation, or creativity, the present modified creativity. So remembering, people are remembering and reproducing. That is not actual learning. That is in every sphere, whether it is engineering or mathematics or social science or medicine professions, everything. A doctor, when doctor is going and open heart surgery, this is practical experience. Slightest mistake, the person will die. And driver, driving, slightest mistakes, there is a possibility of accident. So all the skills, that is why, so we have to enrich the capitals of the individuals so that there should not be any error in the future. So that is why experiential learning is to be embraced, or it is to be internalized by every one of us. If we can able to internalize the experiential learning approach in our day-to-day life, teaching, a teacher is to use in teaching, a student has to accept that particular mechanism to enhance his or her own skills to teach to other students in the classroom situation, or a farmer has to embrace differently, a doctor has to embrace differently, or a medic or a engineer has to embrace differently. So practical experience, that is the need of the day, they are saying. That can help the professional growth as well as economic growth as well as societal development in the future. Everyone has to accept this particular experiential learning approach in their own profession for better learning. So that is why we can say that active engagement or practical involvement, who has said Aristotle, in a brief, I am saying about learning through practical experience or active engagement. So make the classroom more activated. All students, you make it a group, small group of the students in the class. Instead of sitting like this, 10, 15 students in one circular manner, they can sit. Because when there is, I can see sometimes we also adopt it in RI, but I saw it in the IIT Bhubaneswar. There is special rooms, 10, 15 rooms are there. And these rooms are having circular table of capacity of 7 to 8 students they can sit. So whole classroom having 10 chairs, a circular table, and around 60 to 70 students, they can sit in that classroom hexagonal manner or circular manner. They can see to each other, not like this, not looking the teachers and everybody, no. So every students can able to see everyone in that particular classroom. They're having 10 classrooms like that. So what they're doing, we have also done it. That means student, sometimes that means basic things what we are doing, teacher is coming with the full preparation and giving demonstration or presentation before the students. No. There, sometimes what we are doing, every students they have to, 10 students, you have to present. Particular concept, you have to present others. So every students in a group of 7 to 8 in that particular class, so this is not a fixed, that means a students combination, this can be changeable. So that group will present. And it is a better learning. I saw it. I have experimented it there also. It's a better learning. So every students are alert. So when there will be experiential learning approach to be followed, so every student should be alert. That means any time it can be, okay, group number 8 and come and present. Group number 3, you come and present. So everybody is alert. So that alertness is the basic premises behind the experiential learning. And on the basis of that, better learning is happening on the part of the students. And the students, they develop confidence building, creativity, well communication, problem solving ability. These are all 21st century skills. That skills, they are internalizing and utilizing in their day-to-day life. So that is the best way of helping the students to enhance that experience, gathering experience from the learning situation and developing their own confidence level and skills capabilities whenever it is required to be utilized. That is happening. So similarly, we can say that learning through mind's active interaction, Immanuel Kant was saying. Carl Rogers, learning that is self-directed or initiated and real-life experiences. That is the essence of that Carl Rogers. Confucius, learning through experience, reflection. That somebody was saying, I do, I understand. So I listen, I remember. But I do, I understand it, definitely. I was giving the example of anything, whether driving a car or driving a cycle also. Car, forget about car. Driving a cycle, sometimes one may be fallen down. So you have to know the art of driving through practical experience. And that can unforgettable in nature. Anything and everything, if you are doing by yourself, it is unforgettable. It is a continuous developing the habits more refined and very different form. So that is the basic meaning of experience. All cognitive development through connection and collaboration. Piaget was saying cognitive development through connection and collaboration. So connection and collaboration is nothing but it is the basic premises behind the experiential learning. Similarly, Swami Vivekananda, he was using the words. I am not talking about the definition. A good education is one that unfolds the hidden potential in human beings. Unfolding the hidden potential. So unfolding the hidden potential requires participation and dialogue. So every individual is unique in nature. Every individual has its own potential. So that is to be found out and that is to be developed. So that is why the hidden ideas or unfolding your own potential depends upon the involvement in the educational institution. That is the essence of Swami Vivekananda learning. Even Mahatma Gandhi, everybody know that. Craft education, basic education, learning by doing. That is the basic principles. So what, unfortunately, most of us, we are not interested to do that particular things in the educational institution because the future ready teachers must have to enrich their own cognitive capital to become a successful teacher in the future. So that is why, so we have to inbuilt some of the qualities which will be helpful to them to take care of the future learners. So that is why, so this, that what Mahatma Gandhi is perception, the learning by doing, and or craft education. Now there is no subject boundary. The national education policy is saying about there is no subject boundary at the secondary stage. And you can choose anything. Even the, I think, ITEP program. And you can take, that means there is a lot of variation. I don't want to be controversial here. Because in Bhubaneswar Regional Institute, we are having 208, that is credit. If you have to go to any IIT, it is 160. And now they have increased to 178. And many institutions, they are having one that is a major subject. Many other institutions, they are having one major and one minor subject. They don't have, because NCT has not given that this is the minimum, that means credit, and you can improve that. And also they have said that disciplinary and interdisciplinary courses is to be at par with undergraduate program of the university. But nobody is interested to accept that. NCT has given 160, so we will continue 160. But how much suffering are happening on the part of the students can able to understand. When they are going for employment, no employment is, that is central schools, Navodaya schools, they are not accepting. That means they will be coming, many of the institutions, they will be coming for the first time. They will not be eligible to get a job, teaching job at least I can say. Because they are saying about minimum you have to study it, that means in our own state, PCM or CBJ, we are saying, because every teacher, a mathematics teacher also teach to physics. Or that means they have to teach two subjects, that secondary stage. So if they have to study only one subject, social science, they are facing a lot of trouble. And science also now one, that means disciplinary subject. So students are suffering. So that is not internalized very seriously by the teacher educational institution. But anyway, time will tell, and time will be giving the possibilities of changing that pattern from the old patterns, or they will be changing from one, that means disciplinary subject to 2 or maybe 3, which is requirement. But many of these students, they have not understood. Many of the, teacher education institutions, they have not. Then NCT has given this thing. So point I'm saying is that when we talk about that Rabindranath Tagore, what was his philosophy? So I'm not talking about, that means he meant the education in natural surrounding, activities, participation. They have to participate. They have to participate, they have to join, they have to discuss. So sharing and discussing among themselves can, additionally, we can say that is experiential learning. So that is why even Krishnamurti, Jadu Krishnamurti, provide adequate opportunities and freedom for observation, or we can say that experimentation. So his philosophy was provide opportunities. So unless we have to provide opportunity to the learner for experimentation, for observation, to understand the situation, hopefully learning will not be durable. Learning will not be very, very effective, because remembering and producing, getting 100% result is different. Understanding and internalizing and applying it whenever it is required is totally different. So that is why his philosophy, that provide opportunity to the learner. Give the freedom. Don't restrict the learners that you don't do. Ghar mein kya hota hai? Sometimes small boys or small girls, hey, don't do, ye toot jayega, ye gir jayega, ye. No, that is not the philosophy. Philosophy is that you permit them. So on the basis of that, better creativity will be there. Better learning talents will be developed. So all the students are creative talents, but opportunities are not provided. Even if, suppose, today all the students are provided opportunities. Something new tomorrow you can able to see it in the educational institution. They provide freedom. Okay, tomorrow, whatever you like to do, that 10 days, bagless day. Why it has been given the opportunity? Why it has been told in the national education policy? Having some intention that you have to be free from textbook learning And you have to go outside, you have to learn a lot, and you have to participate. So that is why providing opportunities and freedom definitely is going to develop the ideas or reflecting the creative ideas in a very fruitful and significant manner in any place in the society. That is to be taken care of. Even we can say that Sri Aurobindo, our integral education, main thrust was collaboration, or we can say that consultation, or learning in an integral manner. Integral manner doesn't mean that independent from one to another. So it is an integration, joining hands together for better learning. So if we can able to integrate, learning will be better. Even we can say that, Gijubai Badeka, that education for learning through living, experimentation is the key to bring the change. So do permit them, allow the students, allow the learner at every stage, because that means postgraduate students is also a learner, undergraduate students is also a learner, class 1 student is also a learner. So every stage, depending upon the requirement, provide them opportunity. Don't restrict them. Don't, because suppose, say for example, if the teacher is coming all of a sudden asking the students, you come and present particular fact, today we are going to discuss about this particular concept, learning by doing. You tell in the class, whatever is coming, wrong and right, it makes no difference. So gradually, the confidence level, the ideas, feelings will be changed. And every students, they will be enriching their thinking in a different manner. So that is why what I want to say is that experiential learning shift the learning process. That means we have to shift the learning. Whatever we are doing in the educational institution at the present moment, we have to shift. That shift is different from person to person. What I have to do as a teacher in my own class may be different from Pratyush, may be different from others. So everybody having their own. Every teacher is creative. Every teacher is unique. So that is why, so shifting our own approach of learning or presentation differently in the classroom situation. And we can say that experiential learning provides holistic development on the part of the learner. You just see, whenever we are talking about holistic development. When we are talking about holistic development, the meaning is different. That means holistic here, if you have to say cognitive, affective, psychomotor, or combination of three, or beyond to that. So that is why in every educational institution, there is a, what can I say, that is debate competition, or literary competition, or we can say sports and game and sports, literary activities, even drama and artistic presentation. Many things are happening. So with an intention, so all these things, all this learning together from different situation will be helpful for better learning, enriching the holistic development on the part of the learner. So experiential learning gives directly or indirectly the holistic opportunities of learning on the part of the learner. Or we can say that experiential learning is also helpful for personalized gain in learning process. I have to learn, I have to gain, personalized. It is not every individual will learn from the situation. Every individual is unique here. Even the same teacher, when adopting one other way of presenting the content before the learner, so every learner in his or her own way, the personalized learning takes place. My way of learning and another student's way of learning, third student's way of learning may be different. So that is why personalized learning capabilities are enhanced through experiential learning. So that is why it is a learner-centered. We are saying a student-centered teaching and learning. A student-centered teaching and learning means students have to be in focus. Teacher is to be that was facilitator. But other way around is happening. Everywhere. It is not only here. That means every organization, from the pre-primary to university, that means we can say that postgraduate level, everywhere, that what we are doing, teacher-centered dominated learning rather than learner-centered or student-centered learning. So if we have to reverse it, just one class in a week, just no teacher will be teaching to the students. Content one, one particular unit of a particular paper 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that particular unit will be learned by the student themselves in the class. So definitely involvement will be there. So that involvement can give the opportunity for holistic development on the part of the learner. They can come prepared from different angles. They may collect from any place, from the textbook, from the internet, from the old notes, from the encyclopedia, or from the any place. So when the students are bringing, so there is a lot of good things you'll be finding out. You give the opportunity, and you can see that all the students independent, even though 60 to 70% concept will be the same, and another 30% variations will be there. I have seen it in the IIT Bhubaneswar. I give the same concept. Okay, everybody is allowed 5 days. Next Monday, today is Monday. Next Monday, there will be a presentation of, because classes are sometimes 3 hours, sometimes 2 hours. So it's a continuous classes, not one single class is there. Every class is minimum 2 periods or 3 periods. So every teacher is engaged accordingly. So when I give the opportunity to the students, they collect a lot of good materials, which is not possible on the part of the teacher to collect so many new good ideas. And when they present it, so it is marvelous. What I want to say is that they do a lot of artistic designing in PPT presentation. The different means, I become also astonished. Because what I want to say is that, so that is the way of helping the learner for better learning. Teacher and student in the class, teacher's role is to improve the learning capability of the learner, to making a good citizen, preparing a very solid person for the nation. So if I want to prepare a solid persons or future teacher ready, so my role is different. Always I should not come and teach each and every sentence, every concept, that means in the students throughout the year. No, some opportunity. Even if we are unable to give, let us begin with one unit. Let us begin with one concept. Every paper 1, whatever papers we are having, every paper we should provide one opportunity. So that gradually and slowly, and this must start from the nursery, or we can say that our foundation stage, in the present national policy foundation stage, -3 +2, class 1, 2 and KG 1, Balbatika 1 and Balbatika 2. From there, they are getting opportunity. When they are becoming little, class 3, teacher dominated, class 5, teacher dominated, class 8, teacher dominated, class 10, teacher dominated, then +2, teacher dominated. Everywhere teacher dominated classroom started. Beginning part, we started with experiential approach, but gradually it is becoming teacher-centered learning. And teacher is making more, that means powerful in the classroom situation. That is why Paul pray that pedagogy of the oppressed, that we have to stop the dominations of the teachers in the class. So students should be come forward. Students should be participating in the learning process. That should be one period in a week, consecutive 2 periods you can keep it, that student-centered teaching. Students have to teach. The students, but we may be questioned, that means why are you giving this? But practically, that is the best thing. The students can come forward and 2 periods in a week devoted exclusively for students dominated teaching. And all students, they have to have the opportunity to participate, or group wise, maybe 4 or 5 students in one group. We have 50 students in one group, so that means in a either semester pattern, annual pattern. So whether it is semester or annual, so weekly 2 hours, 8 hours and 32 hours. We are getting, that means 4 credit papers, 15 into 4, 60 hours. So 15 to 20 hours we can devote for student-centered approach of teaching that particular concept, so that you can differentiate that how much involvement the students are having and how much involvement the teachers are having. So on the basis of that, we can start experiential learning in a new fashion in the educational institution. Anyhow, what I want to say that, because in the present situation, employers, they need employee, those who are critical thinkers and problem solvers, adaptable and changeable in their own abilities. अब देखा होगा अभी employers, those who are recruiting, same organization से students are going as an engineer, or that means you might have seen that. So they are giving some amount and they are selecting mostly those who are critical thinkers. That means those who are having some ideas as compared to others. One post, 100 students, one will get, not 100 will get. So I'm not saying that that person is competent and 100 to 100% perfect. But the selection should be those who are more competent and critical in nature and capable in nature, they should be selected. So that is with everyone. That needs different way of involvement in the educational institution so that every learner will be like that in the future, in every situation. That means all are competent, capable and remarkable when they are going to meet any situations at any point of time. So that is to be encouraged. That is to be thinking of. So learning from one another is also experiential learning. Learning from one another. Or direct experiences. Or we can say that active. Learning is active learning. There is a philosophy, that means theory. Active learning. Or we can say that hands-on experience in learning. Or you might have seen the International Education Commission. There is a concept, learning to do. What does it indicate? I have not said just now, it is a long back. When we talk about learning to do, that means participation, involvement. It is you know, it's everywhere, in the whole world. So that International Education Commission, learning to do, learning to live together, learning to be. So that approach is totally different. But we have not taken the things in a very an effective manner in our own educational setup. But anyhow, what I want to say is that, so learning must be rethought in the present juncture. We have to think that our learning approach should be different. But anyway, so what I want to say, just some ideas, that is ancient Veda, Ayurveda, or from the Gurukul system, or from, we can say that Upanishad pedagogy. Even we can say that in Upanishad pedagogy, dialogue-based learning and self-inquiry was giving lot more importance. So when we talk about, so you see, it's there, the Veda and Purana. So dialogue-based pedagogy was giving. Even we can say that education was personalized in the, that means direct experience, observations and reflection was the basic motto of Gurukul system of learning. Even so that is why self-inquiry or inquiry-based learning, even Jadurveda, so many things are there. Vedanta, Nyaya, we can say that Sari is a philosophy, so I don't want to go in that direction. So logic, Nyaya, Vedanta, rational inquiry, systematic reasoning, Nyaya schools, so all that, deductive and hypothesis testing. So no learning 100 to 100% can be perfect unless you have to internalize it. So that is why, so we can say that the role of the teachers in the educational institution should be different. And that different is adopting and accepting the experiential learning in the educational institution. So friends, there are so many things. So there are so many speakers are waiting. So I'll stop it here. So I am very much grateful and thankful to all of you. So if we want to implement, while experiential learning has numerous benefits, also there are some limitations. We cannot say that everything is possible. So we have to change our mindset. We have to change our thinking. We have to be very much open-minded first. If I have to be close-minded as a head of the organization or as a faculty members of that organization, so it is not possible. And finding out fault with everyone is not the basic philosophy of teaching learning process. That is why we have to have a teacher readiness program. Teacher has to understand what is experiential learning approach, not theoretically. What is to be done? So teacher readiness, teacher mental attitudinal changes, teacher understanding about the experiential learning, that is to be thought of first. So every teacher or every teacher educators, so not only theoretically, so a demonstrative approach to be followed at least for a substantial period of timing to internalize and understanding about the actual principles of experiential learning so that they can able to implement in the classroom situation. That approach is needed. And our approach is 45 minutes to 1 hour classroom. So that is not possible because any work, because you might have seen that in the science laboratory, consecutively for 2 to 3 periods, 3 hours at a time, so that longer period of timing can give the opportunity for better understanding. And if you have to give only 30 minutes or 35 minutes or 40 minutes, so it will not give adequate understanding for knowing about the experiential learning. So that constraint may be thought of differently by the educational institution. Sometimes we are thinking that limited resources, that is not an excuse. Sometimes they are saying that limited resource, we don't have teachers, we don't have classroom, we don't have blackboard, chalk, dusters or teaching learning material. That is excuses. Because limited resources or limited infrastructure is not a constraint for experiential learning. So, but people, they give justification. We don't have classroom. How can we do it? Experiential learning के लिए classroom का जरूरत नहीं है. It can be done at any point. So that is one of it. Then resistant to change. We are sometimes very rigid. कौन इसको, that what should I do? If I will not follow experiential learning, what loss to me? So that philosophy is to be changed. So that resistance to change, that policy, that philosophy, which is having in my own mind, that is to be changed. Then only it is possible. But everything cannot be found out the fault. You might have seen that, बताना तो चाहिए, बताना नहीं चाहिए, बता देना भी चाहिए. Many places we have seen newly recruited friends, they are resistant to change. हम क्यों करेंगे? हमको ज़्यादा क्लास लेंगे, हम क्यों 9 बजे से 8 बजे तक रहेंगे? That is not the point. Teaching profession में ये सब चीज़ नहीं चलेगा. It must be beyond to that. You can come at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, also can stay up to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and you may be beyond to that. So that feelings is to be generated in the minds. Because this is a noble profession. In this noble profession, there is no time limit. The 10 बजे से 4 बजे तक मेरा काम है, afterwards there is no work. No. That is a very wrong concept in the teaching profession. So that is why many of us having that type of bent of mind and not interested to change, so resistant to change is one of the constraints of implementing the experiential learning in actual sense. Because we are saying on the one side, experience matters a lot. That if I have lot of experience, suppose 30 years of teaching someone or 20 years of teaching, and if I don't want to change myself in the teaching profession, meaningless. That bent up mind and mentality will not, that means subsume to accept the challenges of experiential learning. So that is why that is to be changed. Anyhow, so what I want to say is that by integrating hands-on experience or reflective practices, it prepares individual to apply knowledge in diverse real-world situations. And that is the basic motto of experiential learning. So dear friends, so try to accept Even if it is a paradigm shift in the national education policy, it is not a shift at all. It is a old concept, and we have to accept it, that experiential learning definitely going to help us for our personality development and better professional outlook and better imagination and better thinking. So ultimately, we may expect better world in the future times to come. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I'm grateful and thankful to respected principal madam and all the colleagues and all the respected friends, those who are sitting this side. So thank you, and the student friends. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Accept, adapt, and act. So, sir highlighted several points like role of learners and role of teachers in this journey, and how learning can be efficient, proficient for the students and both teachers and students. Sir highlighted about active engagement, practical experiences, real life experiences, reflective practice, and sir also told us to be critical thinkers, to be competent, to be adaptable. And sir also highlighted about teacher readiness and teacher acceptance, and limited resource should not be a constraint in experiential learning. So I'll not be taking much time, and Professor Manasi Goswami madam is very kind enough, and my madam is waiting for last 2 hours, and so I take this privilege and opportunity to invite Professor Manasi Goswami madam, Principal, Regional Institute of Education, Bhubaneswar, Chief Guest of this National Seminar on Experiential Learning, a Paradigm Shift, to address the August gathering. Madam, please.
Thank you very much. Pratish, I am audible?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here on online and offline mode. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Utkal University, Professor Jagneshwar Dhanpad sir, esteemed Principal of NKCTE, Professor Draupadi Patel madam, keynote speaker of this seminar, Professor B.N. Panda sir, a very popular teacher of RI Bhubaneswar, and all other dignitaries present there in offline and online mode, and my dear students. I am highly privileged that I am inside a seminar where so many dignitaries, so many scholarly people are there. Very sorry I could not take all the names, but I feel very privileged, very proud, and very highly delighted that I am within the galaxy of a big scholar group, those who are very eminent scholars in the field of education. But I am not from field of education. Even if I am working here in this institute, what I have learned in this institute. So I am very thankful to the organizer for inviting me for this seminar. I feel very privileged. I hope I can do the justice to this seminar. And this is experiential learning. So the term learning is an ongoing process. You know, we have learned, we are learning, we will be learning. We learn as students, we learn as teachers, we learn as parents, we learn as teacher educators, also we learn as human beings. Somewhere, sometime, everybody is learning. Everyone, whether they are teachers, students or not. Even a businessman is also learning. So everywhere you can see learning. But what is the fun? If we are only to work and read the experiences of others, rather than living with our own experiences of ourselves, show the pleasure and the satisfaction to live with your own experience is incredible. When you learn something, I hope all of you will definitely agree with me that when you learn something with your own efforts, or you realize something, you feel something, then it gives you great pleasure and you will never forget it. I'm just giving you an example, simple example, that if you know how to ride a bicycle or how to drive a car, even if you don't do so for a long time, and again you can ride a bicycle because it might have become your muscle memory. You will never forget because you have the realization, you have the feelings, you have done on yourself. So this is what is called your experiential learning. Now you see, I am a science teacher. I am not a very good speaker, but I am a teacher. So my this session may look more like a teacher rather than a speaker. Newton's law, what we do, we just read the statement, we read his observations, but can we not just throw a stone upward to realize that how it falls? So that is the meaning of the experiential learning, that I will experience how a stone is going up and how it is coming down. That is what is my experience. I will experience the Newton's observation. So this is how the experiential learning came into picture, that the students can realize it, students can retain it, students can apply it in new situation. Now, one more thing I will tell you, that for the 21st century, we'll have to learn in a very different way. And this is a challenge for not only for the students, but also the teacher educator. Now see, just like holding a seminar is not enough, we'll have to prepare ourselves, our strategy, the new way we'll have to think how we can teach our student teachers, how student teachers will teach their students to realize this experiential learning. Now every day sun is rising in the east and setting in the west. So this is an usual experience. But when it becomes an experiment means when you put some reasoning on it, then it becomes an experiment. Experiment is empirical, where there is some reasoning should be there. Then when the students or we see a rising sun and we realize this, why this rising sun looking red, why it's looking bigger, then only it becomes an experiment. So I have prepared few slides. Pratyush, can you share those things so that I can be very systematic in my approach? And another one, Pratyush, can you share my
Yes, madam.
slides?
Yes, madam. Sharing, madam.
See, this is the way that the teacher educator, and all this organization will have to be very careful about the experiential learning. This is an innovative form of learning, and it is also integrated. It is not that art integration is not an experiential, toy-based education is also experiential, from where we can get direct experience and we can learn something, that is called experiential learning. And that is what NEP 2020 is telling us, that it will have to be holistic, it should be integrated, we should have inclusive education. So all these things, I will just give you what are the mandates of National Education Policy. And after I finish my lecture, hardly 4 or 5 slides, you can tick that all these things are covered in this experiential learning. So that is why NEP is, we call that this is a transformative policy. It is a transformative, we have to transform. Just speaking about this policy is not enough. We have to change our strategy. We have to change everything. Our lesson plan, experiential learning lesson plan. Because I heard that so many students are also sitting there. So teacher trainees and student teachers are there. So if you will have to deliver a lesson with the experiential learning, then you need a special type of lesson plan. So teacher educator, student teachers, all will have to gear up, all will have to be motivated so that we can implement this new education policy through these types of innovative pedagogies. Pratyush, are you sharing my slides?
Yes, madam. Yes, ma'am. Sharing, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can
Said,
also
ma'am.
share from here, but
Madam, said.
if you can,
Yes, ma'am.
Acha.
I've said, ma'am.
please share. Is it in the screen there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible and you are very much audible, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. The class first slide, as I told, that I have just listed that what are the mandates of the new education policy, and it is not. I am not going to explain all these things. These are very usual thing. That holistic means that you have to cognitive, physical, mental, social, and spiritual, and integrated. It should be enjoyable, inclusive. I'm just in the third one. I'll just tell what is pedagogy and what is innovative pedagogy. This triangle, it is very simply to remember what is pedagogy and what is innovative pedagogy. See, the triangle is full of content. And in the classroom, what we are doing, we are actually preparing some learning situations. And that learning situation, we are assessing or evaluating to reach at the learning outcome. Not there, then it is not a pedagogy. So three things are very essential for pedagogy. This I have taken from Bruce Joyce's book. You can see that this is a very important figure there. And if this learning situation, now come to the learning situation. If I have to make this learning situation with different types of innovative pedagogy and experiential learning, experiential pedagogy is the first one. But as a whole, all the 6 pedagogies are integrated. Art integrated pedagogy is also an experiential pedagogy. Now, innovative pedagogy, innovative practices are like that. You'll have to stress-free learning. That means, you see, again, I am talking that if I have listed all these things, enjoyable, stress-free means definitely students will enjoy. Now, this is major forms of innovative pedagogy, experiential learning pedagogy. So, this is, as I told you in the earlier, that national education policy, it emphasizes on Indian essence, Indian knowledge system. So, I have quoted Mahatma Gandhi here. Work and knowledge should go together. Brain must be educated through hand. That is why I gave the example of riding a cycle. Because through hand and your legs, you have trained your brain how to ride a bicycle. If you once you have learned how to ride a bicycle, you will never forget it. And learning by doing, that Sir was talking earlier, that hands-on experience. Hands-on experience means you yourself will have to gain the experience, not by the experience of other. Your hand, your psychomotor activity will train your brain and you will get the experience. That is what is meant by hands-on experience. Then another one, it should be related to the real world. That is why I gave you the example of a bicycle. Bicycle is a very good example in our physics, chemistry, everything is there in bicycle. Learners to engage in active participation. Active participation means direct involvement. Each one of them, this is also meaning of that the active participation of each participants means inclusive education. Everybody will be equally involved. It is not that few students will be involved and other will be passive audience. It is not like that. Everybody will participate, everybody will learn from their mistakes like that. And that is another one is that critical thinking. That is a very essential part of your experiential learning. A critical thinking means that is a cognitive issue. You will have to see that so many occasions will come where the participants or the learner will have to think critically. I'm just giving you an example. That refractive index of water, refractive index of kerosene and refractive index of glass. Glass, it sinks in water, but kerosene floats in water. Even if the refractive index of kerosene is higher than that of water. So this is how and why. That reasoning, that critically you will have to think why, how this is happening. So these types of many such situations will come where you will have to provoke your brain, provoke your thinking, provoke yourself critical thinking and problem solving attitude, they go hands in hand, and that is a higher order thinking. Critical thinking means you will have to ask yourself. You don't ask the teacher. You ask yourself, analyze yourself, think yourself, think aloud, protocol, you apply and don't, I am in the second one here. And how much time you are giving to me, Pratyush, so that I can explain it, or I will take some more time. So it promotes this experiential learning. It encourages curiosity also. So that is why you might have seen all our science textbooks from 6, 7, 8, we have named curiosity. Definitely, if you do experiment, if you try to hands-on activity, definitely it provoke, it spark curiosity in your mind. You want to explore something more. That is why this is called open-ended experiment. I am not talking about only science. It also applies everywhere. For example, you see, so talking about the parliament, talking about the legislative assembly, Vidhan Sabha, so don't you feel curious that we will go inside the parliament, go inside the legislative assembly to see how the proceedings are conducted inside the house? What is to identify the position of the speaker, position of the opposition leader, where they sit, how they sit. This is also an experiential learning. So it is not only science, everywhere. If it is social science, if it is language, if it is mathematics, it is science, everywhere the experiential learning, it comes. It is not that you will have to go to a big laboratory or every time you will have to do a big experiment to arrive at the conclusion or to get the experience. Now, problem solving skill, as I told you, that problem solving skill and critical thinking, they are higher order thinking. Now, learning appetites, that is also there. You know, if when you do something on your own, then you should have everything depends on the appetite. You know, if you volunteer to know something, to learn something, then nobody can stop you. Otherwise, all other things are meaningless. If you don't desire to learn, you don't provoke yourself. That is why learning appetite is very important. See, I have given some, this can also be, as I told you, art integrated learning. Few colors are there. So these are all primary colors. Blue, green, yellow, red, blue, green, red, yellow, blue. Suppose you want, some students want orange. So how from primary color they will arrive at the secondary color. So that is why how the learning should be applied in the new situation. What is happening in our country? Whatever we are giving, they are just reading and they are reproducing. They don't think one step more. So if you are having red, yellow, blue, and you want orange, then which two colors you will mix to get orange? Which two colors you will add to get green? So these are, these are a part of your art integrated education. It is your chemistry, it is your physics, and it is your learning also. So this is how all these things are integrated, art integrated, toy-based pedagogy. These are also experiential learning. Now, active agent and involvement. See how the students are themselves are full of colors. That means they are actively involved in the activity. It is not that the teacher is doing and just showing them. So in the foreign country, when all these things happen, they give the individual, all these apparatus or the devices to the students so that they can feel. This is the feelings, how the texture, how the color, how it looks, how it smells, how it tastes. All 6 organs are required to learn something. That is why the first you have 6 basic skills, and first one is observation, where all 6 sense organs are involved. That just next slide, can I go? That is why you say deeper understanding, critical thinking is very much required. Nowadays, people are not thinking whatever is given in the textbook, whatever the teacher is teaching, that is not enough. Each individual has its capacity, cognitive capacities are different. So they should have, we should teach in such a way, we should provoke them in such a way, facilitator. That is why we are called, the teacher educators are facilitator. We should facilitate in such a way that they will be bound to think critically. they will bound to go very deep in their understanding so that they can apply this knowledge in some new situation without just rote learning or whatever they read and reproduce. That is not enough. Better retention rate. And when you do something, then you will never forget it. Suppose you want to teach something exothermic reaction. So exothermic reaction, if you add few milliliter of water in calcium carbonate, you can demonstrate that how it is an exothermic reaction. Once they see it, they do it, they realize it, they enjoy it, then they will retain it forever. They will never forget it. And another thing is that is learning from mistakes also. Definitely while doing some activity, they will be doing some mistakes. Mistakes are required. Mistakes are very much, necessary for learning. So that they will learn, they will go, that will put them in dilemma and they will explore some other thing so that they rectify their mistakes. Suppose you are taking the temperature of a beaker full of water. So we ask the students, you just see the thermometer should not touch the bottom of the beaker. So if they do these mistakes, then they will not get the proper temperature. So once they have understood that if it touches the bottom, it does not record the temperature of the water. So from there, that mistake, this is just an example. So many mistakes, usually students do mistakes and allow them to do the mistakes, but don't repeat the mistake. Let them do one more new mistake, but let them not do the same mistake. So learning from mistake is also a very essential part of your experiential and experimental learning. Next slide, please. And volunteering for learning. So as I told you, each one of us, maybe we are teacher, educator, student, if you don't volunteer for learning, if I don't have the academic appetite that I will learn, no education policy, no textbook, no laboratory equipments can teach me. So it should come from well within. The self-interest is the best interest. So the experiential learning, sometimes they volunteer that they will learn. If you give them one apparatus, then they will make the combination and they volunteer to do another experiment. They learn, they can go that is why these are called open-ended. That is no end for everything. And another thing also, maybe it is in social science, maybe it is in our physical science, biological science, weighing the alternative conception. Sometimes we possess many conceptions which are not correct. So only when you do the experiential learning, then only you can rectify your conception. You can understand, okay, what concept I had earlier, that was not appropriate. Now, from this experiment or from this new environment, new learning situation, they can rectify their earlier conception. Like here you just see that third law says every action has its own reaction. But here it is, suppose the apple is in the tree. So here the gravitational force is downward and the normal force is upward. But it is not third law. It is just a balancing force. This weight of the apple is balanced by the upward tension that is attached to the stick. So if we need to use 1 Newton, another Newton. So reasoning ability also. Reasoning ability means whether the students are having the proper reasoning. See, if I say 1 liter of milk, if I say 2 kg of potato, then all of you are acquainted with that. But if I say 2 Newton, how many of you can show me that, yes, this is 1 Newton, this is 2 Newton? What is the reasoning for that one? So this is how the experience comes from the experiment. If you can go to any vendor shop, you can see these days one scale balances are there. Even the vendor also, they use that one. If you push that pan on your finger and by the time the pointer reach 100 gram, that is 1 Newton. So this is experience. So for 2 Newton, you will have to press it more. So this is your muscle, how much energy you are consuming. That reasoning comes when you do you have some experiments or experience. Apply in new learning situation. These are the things. Suppose you apply it in a new learning situation, what you have already learned. If you have learned that this is 1 Newton, what is 1 ampere, what is 1 ohm, that much also, that estimation capacity, the reasoning capacity comes when you do an experiential learning. Next, Pratyush, please go next. Examples. Examples of this experiential learning. I hope many speakers have told many other examples also. So you can match with that one. Science experiments are definitely, it gives you a very direct experiences. Other than that also, internship in teaching, particularly in teacher education, this is a very, very essential, experiential learning, where they experience the theory and practice, and they experience very new things what they might not have learned during their student teacher time. And preparation of learning teaching material. Suppose student teacher or teacher educator, or any time you are preparing any learning teaching material, while preparation also, that is also an experience. You are engaged with the matter, you are engaged with the objective, what specific objective for which you are preparing that one, what are the limitation of that model, what is the type of or how you can improvise that model. So many things it comes from your experience. And field trips also, definitely field trips are a very good example of your experiential learning. As I told you, going to a legislative assembly, going to a very old cities, visiting few rivers, type of forest, all these field trips gives you the immense knowledge of what you cannot get simply through the books. And simulate situation. I am telling you because I am from science, and even in social science also, you can also simulate some situation, like your mock parliament which we do. That is why we simulate a parliament here. We simulate the United Nations Assembly here. We simulate this, so many other things which directly we cannot take them. We cannot take them to as a field trip. There we simulate. Even in the science also, there are many abstract things. I cannot take a student inside a nuclear reactor. I cannot take a student to see the inside an atom. So many things we simulate. And that is also through ICT, we simulate many things, and that is also an experiential learning. I gave another market economic simulation, PDS system, bank system, all these things we can do by simulation. A case study, as you know, as you all are teacher educator, it is needless to say that case studies, action research, they are also experiential learning. That is also takes you to this socio-economic background of the school, the socio-economic background of the students, and many other academic endeavors can be explored through case study. Role play. Role play, it is very essential for all types of discipline. Maybe it is science, maybe it is history, maybe it is language. So role play where the students' direct involvement is there, and they experience that they get the feelings of that role. They become that character for that time. They become that character. So this is also a very good role play. Nukkad natak. All these things are very essential for our experiential learning. Project, as you all know, this is not a new thing. Project is all-time good. For any subject, it is all-time good, a very experiential knowledge that gives you the team teaching, that social harmony, what I have, the mandates of our NEP 2020, everything can be reflected in the project. And this is a very good tool of assessment also. Building model. Some model, you will have to prepare some model, suppose a model of a airfield, model of a citadel, model of a very historical thing which we cannot recreate the scene. That can be done by building the model. Ecological survey also, going to a pond, going to find out the water pollution or any air pollution, some ecological survey, that through that one also we can have some very direct experience of that ecology of environment. Next slide, please. Pratyush. That is happy experiencing. I hope this is as a very, as a whole, very briefly, what I have intended to tell the students and the other speakers also, because this is the beginning. We are implementing our NEP 2020, and this experiential learning is the eye opener for all of us. Then we'll have to change our style of teaching. That is why I say that that only one day seminar is not enough. We'll have to do the on-job training. We'll have to carry out few workshops where we'll have to train our teacher educator, train our student teacher, pre-service and in-service, how to take a experiential learning classroom, how to write a lesson plan also. I hope all of you might have seen a very good book that is published by CBSE on experiential learning, where there are two characters are there, Padkar, Padkar Kumar and Karkar Kumari. That is a very interesting book. All of you, I expect that all the teacher training institute, they should have such a book, and they should train their teacher, student teacher, particularly for this experiential learning. They should write down the lesson plan, and they should strategically how to develop this lesson plan so that the right learning outcome can be achieved. So that is why this is called experiential uh, pedagogy, that one will have to experience on their own. Now, this is not a very easy thing. How I experience, how you experience, that is different. But we'll have to facilitate that the experience should be appropriate experience, and they should achieve proper learning outcome. So I hope that all of you, in a very briefly, I tried to tell what I had intended. And next, it is our duty that we'll have to guide our student teacher. As a teacher educator, this is now our responsibility, because experiential learning is also a responsibility of the student learner. It is learner responsible training. That is their responsibility, that they will learn, they will experience, they will feel, they will realize. That is what, as I told you, that everything they will realize. That is why it is called experience. Experience come from well within. Not I can say, yes, this is 5 Newton. Yes, this is parliament proceedings. So they will have to be a part of it. They will have to be inside the system. So that is why I really enjoy this experiential learning. As a science, it is not a very new thing for us, but still we'll have to be very articulate in the sense that how we will train our student teachers. That is the thing. Many things, many loops and corners are there which need to be straightened. So I wish all the best for the seminar. I wish this will be the beginning. Many more workshops need to be done if we want to implement this experiential learning in our pre-service student teachers, and also train the in-service teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your beautiful and intellectual deliberation, madam. Madam highlighted upon several things, like what is the difference between pedagogy and innovative pedagogy, and how work and knowledge should be go hand in hand, and how experiential learning promotes encouraging curiosity, problem-solving skills, learning appetites, active involvements, deeper understanding, etc. So it is a privilege to listen to you, madam, after so many days. So without further delay, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Plavani Bal, madam, co-convener of this national seminar, to propose a vote of thanks. We are at the end of this inaugural session, and after this inaugural session, immediately we'll start the panel discussion, that is plenary session. So I would like to request Dr. Plavani Bal, madam, co-convener of this national seminar, to propose a formal vote of thanks. Madam, please.
Thank you, sir. respected chief patron of this seminar, respected principal madam, our distinguished chief guest, keynote speaker, honored guest, honored dignitaries on the dais, our faculty members from other colleges, and dear online and offline participants and other guests who are present over here. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the National Seminar on Experiential Learning, a Paradigm Shift in Education. First of all, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chief Patron, BC of Utkal University, for his inspiring address for our institution. I sincerely thank to our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Manashi Goswami Madam, for her valuable insights, gracious presence, and guiding us for a better discussion on experiential learning. My deep appreciation goes to our respected keynote speaker, Professor B.N. Pandashar, for the enlightening and thought-provoking address which will guide us in the further discussion in this one-day national seminar. I also express my sincere thanks to our respected principal madam, Professor Draupadi Patel madam, for her continuous support and leadership to organize this seminar. I am thankful to the convener of the seminar, Dr. Pratishanjan Sahu sir, for his effort in organizing the national seminar. And thanks to our respected advisors for their continuous support in organizing this inaugural session and also the one-day national seminar. I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the advisors, again, the organizing team members, our rapporteurs, all the co-conveners, and the technical staff for ensuring the smooth conduct of the inaugural session. And I also want to thank all the online and offline participants for their active presence and their participation in taking this session forward. So now let us move forward with the spirit of experiential learning, building it a meaningful platform for learning together. So once again, I thank you all for making it a success and for a better learning. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So we have completed the past session, that is the inaugural session of this one-day national seminar on experiential learning, a paradigm shift in education. So going forward, I would like to request everyone, all the dignitaries and all the student teacher friends to kindly stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you once again to all of you, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and student teacher friends, as well as the technical support team. So, without any delay, we'll start the panel discussion, that is plenary session 2. And in this panel discussion, we have 4 eminent dignitaries, personalities, academician, like Professor Sambet Kumar Padhi sir, Professor Department of Education, Guru Ghasidas Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Dr. Payal Banerjee Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Guru Ghasidas University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Professor Manoj Kumar Pradhan Sir, Principal, DPIAC Barampur and Dean of Pedagogical Sciences, Barampur University. Professor Devendra Kumar Sethi Sir, Professor, DPIAC Barampur, and respected patron and principal madam, Professor Draupadi Patil madam will be chairing this session. So I hand over the mic to the respected chairperson of this session, Professor Draupadi Patil madam. Madam, please.
Warm welcome to all the dignitaries who are present in this panel discussion. In the experiential learning, all the learners, they gain knowledge through experiences. It integrates art, dance, sports, storytelling across the subjects to gain knowledge. We have also the holistic development through field study, discovery learning. We have also the different type of concrete learning, or we have the reflections. Still, there is the gap in our learning in applying this theoretical concept to the real life applications. So today we discuss where there is lacking in connecting this, that is the knowledge to this real life application. Why we are not able to connecting it, where is the problems? So let's discuss about this, that is the gap which is laying in ours, that is the educational system. So now I invite Sambit Padhi sir. First I will welcome Payal Banerjee ma'am, that is the who has also worked in this experiential field. She has also that is the very much extensive ideas in this experiential learning. So please welcome ma'am, and let's enlighten our audience about this experiential learning, a paradigm shift in education. Please ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible to the audience?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are very much audible, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Namaskar. And thank you, Navakrishna College, for teacher education, Angul, for giving me this opportunity to interact with all the dignitaries and the participants of this national seminar. And I would just, though this is not a requirement in this panel discussion, but since it is going on in the online mode, I would just like to have some presentations also, so that we can discuss some important points, how we can integrate the experiential learning for preparing our teachers. Because we cannot expect that our teachers will be prepared in a traditional mode to teach in an experiential pedagogy. So for this, I would just like to share a presentation. Is this okay for all of you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So let me start with this And if there is any problem, please let me know that if it is visible or if the sound is
Yes, ma'am.
clear to all of you.
PPT is visible.
Thank you. So I would like to talk about the implications of experiential learning for the teacher education. And I understand that there has been a talk on this, what is experiential learning and why we are interested in this today in the previous sessions also. So let me just quickly go over what we can change in the curriculum and pedagogy with some examples. And to come to that point, I would start from just a brief meaning of why we are requiring this experiential learning. And the whole question comes like, what if our most educated students are the least prepared for real life? I mean, a student can solve many MCQs on certain topics and they can clear some exams. They can go for a proper job by getting into merit list of some exams. But then in real life, they may not be able to communicate or convince the clientele for which they are actually being prepared. Like, for example, a student may solve many MCQs on climate change, but they may not be able to speak to a farmer about the changing rainfall or the changing climate and what to do in that context. And similarly, we can understand that many of our the prospective teachers also might have a good knowledge, but then they are not able to relate that knowledge with the students of a certain locality. So being educated and being knowledgeable is one thing, and another thing is that translating that knowledge into a real change. So we are in that situation where we are talking about experiential learning, which is learning through direct experience, definitely, and through reflection rather than through textbooks or lectures. And here we are not only concerned about the learning where they can actually do it, experience it. Rather, we are actually interested in how the students are thinking about it. So this is the whole crux of the experiential learning. Basically, when we started about experience, then we knew that whatever information is going inside our body through the sense organs is the experience. But then in the context of experiential learning, this thinking about this experience, that means the reflection about the experience, makes the experience a very different. And then from experience we reflect, and then we expect to understand the topic and the theme, and then we apply it into the real life. This is the whole idea of experiential learning. Therefore, experiential pedagogy is not only about adding some activities, it is about connecting so it cannot the experiential learning. That is a different idea which we knew about activity centered learning, and we have talked a lot about this. But even adding those activities actually is not giving that result unless the students are reflecting upon the experience, what they learn, and then they actually are relating that knowledge with the life. So the goal is to develop resilient, independent learner who are prepared for an ever evolving world. And this is the important requirement of today's life, that the knowledge is very vast and we are into a different kind of educational situation where there are lots of information around, and the students must continue learning at each and every step, and at each and every step there cannot be a teacher. Therefore, ultimately we have to prepare independent learners who are resilient, who are able to solve their own problems, and for that only we need to give them a pedagogy which prepares them to learn independently, to think about the knowledge, and then to meaningfully apply that thing. So just give an idea that what experiential learning and activity based learning, how they are different. The engagement levels are entirely different, where the activity based learning engages the hands. That means students are doing something. Yes, they can talk about something, they can discuss, but then in experiential learning it will also engage the mind, heart, and real life, the three things, the inside of the students and the outside of the students. Therefore students will experience and they will reflect upon that information, that knowledge, that understanding. And without this reflection on the doing, there is actually no true experiential learning. So this is the crux of this idea, is reflection. Experiential learning, the basic idea is reflecting upon what we are doing. And there is a paradigm shift actually. Now experiential learning is just not an activity, it is we can say that it is a shift of the power, that the teachers are no longer managing the classroom in that traditional way, that I am designing some activity, I am giving some work to do to the students, and or I am giving a content, delivering the contents. Rather we are in true sense, in all uh, with all our honesty, we are being the facilitator. And from the content we are moving towards the context. From the content what we are intending to deliver, we are moving towards a context where that knowledge is applicable and where that knowledge is being created. So that is a shift, and that makes a lot of meaning in this process. And we are also moving from knowing towards becoming a person with that reflection. Therefore, if we truly believe that it is a shift in the power, then we are just not teaching students to learn more, but rather we are teaching them to see differently, and as well as we are teaching them to become someone different. And in this aspect where teacher is becoming a facilitator, we are doing something which is very we are doing something, we have a model in our mind, a teacher whom we have seen, whom we have experienced learning with. And then when we become teacher, we unknowingly we somehow we follow that path. And and here lies a challenge to make the prospective teachers not like that traditional teachers. That traditional teachers might have been some in some way they have been effective, definitely, but now the teacher's role is into a facilitator. That power, that control over the situation is now less. Therefore the challenge comes to set a mindset of the prospective teachers how to become a facilitator, that we need to understand. Now, therefore, we have to, I will just briefly focus on these 2 points, how we can reimagine the curriculum and the pedagogy of teacher education, definitely. And the examples are interdisciplinary. Instead of a theory, we can give some contrasting scenarios. Like we can, in a traditional system, in a context of sustainable development, we can give an assessment that write 10 points on what sustainable development means on all these things. But in experiential learning, the same unit, but the students may go to a local situation, a local area. They can map local water sources, interview with the elders or the community members. They can track the seasonal changes throughout a time or definite time period, and then they can co-create the solutions of the problems they have seen in that local area. So this is something where the students are actually doing something, not only doing or not only confirming what the teacher has demonstrated to them, rather they are doing it in their own way, and they are creating a solution, and there is a lot of active thinking involved in this part. So curriculum is not just a topic. Curriculum is not just some text. Curriculum is something which is lived there, which is lived in the local area. Therefore, curriculum should not end in the exams. It should definitely begin in the community, in the local area, in a real situation. Similarly, with the pedagogy, this is now no longer about what we teach or how we teach. Rather, pedagogy now is involving a question where the learning happens. Is it in the classroom only, or is it in the forest, in the urban slums, in a digital space, in an intergenerational conversation where the learning actually is happening? That is a big question now in a pedagogical context. So therefore, because this information that we are getting in the classroom without the context is just an information. It is one information that teachers have given to me, and I can believe it in, or I may not believe it in. Therefore, the context actually makes that information into a transformation. Uh, Let me take an example. If all of us knows that what are the bad habits or what are the bad effects of smoking, and all those things are actually an information, but the context, if we can make people visit a person or visit a lab or visit a place where the effects are seen, the effects are lived with, then the context makes the transformation in the habit of a student or of a person. So that is the thing. There are many information that we teachers give to the students, but it is the students are not just a machine. They will not receive information unless and until they are convinced, and then they have a belief system in their mind. They have a certain kind of background with which they filter out the information, and then they can separate out, okay, this is the information that I want to keep for writing in exams, and this is the information that I believe in. We are not giving the information for writing in the examination only. We are trying to give that information to be used in the real life. Therefore, we have to address that belief system, the heart of the student, the mind of the student. And there is the challenge in the pedagogical system today. I will just focus some of the ideas how this can be implemented in the teacher education. Like for teacher education, why I'm interested in this? Your college is also of a teacher education college, and therefore we all are struggling with how to prepare our prospective teachers in this new dimension. As I said, that I have seen my teachers in a teaching in a certain way, and I am convinced that okay, that was good with me because I have learned this through this, and I am in this position through that process only. So I will unknowingly train myself in that direction. Therefore, we need to change, we need to actively change the way we are preparing our teacher. That means the B.Ed curriculum, in writing, the B.Ed curriculum in operation, and in assessment and in experience. We have to change in the way we are preparing our teachers. And I am just giving you some examples how we can do it. Like first is that we must embed the field as a curriculum. And what do I mean by that? Like all of the B.Ed curriculum have some internship activities or some field visits also, some community engagements also, and we keep it for a certain period of time, like in a 2 or 3 day visit to a community maybe. But instead of a token field visit, can we make it a weekly communication immersion lab? Or maybe students can adopt to a local site, a slum area or a school cluster or a NGO of certain kind of students, and then they can regularly visit that place. They can maintain their field diaries, and they can actually reflect on the changes, the problems, the issues that are there, and therefore, and from there, they can actively link it with the classroom activities. For example, a trainee which can map the local water uses and then connects this uses with the EVS pedagogy. That means the pedagogy that they are using to teach their students may be connected with the local area and how the local area, how the local water is being used. Therefore, it will design a lesson using the real local data. And this will be convincing to the students also and to the teachers also. And the teachers therefore learn to translate the lived reality into a curriculum. Secondly, structured reflective practice, like the experience alone cannot make the learning. We have to make them, we have to train them in reflection process. And it is very sometimes the students, the prospective teachers find it very stupid that why should we write those big reflective journals, and that takes our important time. What is in that thing? But then we have to make them trained in reflective journals, writing things, writing critical incidents analysis, what happened and why must have been happened, and what does it mean for the teaching. Then somehow we have to make this thing in a habit of the students. This diary can be, actually this can directly builds the teacher's thinking and not just the activity. Therefore, they may someday they may reflect upon some one moment of discomfort, one learning about the learners, that wow, I didn't know that learners do this thing. Now today I have learned this thing. Or maybe some pedagogical shift that they had to take in a particular situation. And that writing, that journal should be an integral part of our teacher education meaningfully, not just for writing only, or not just for submitting exams or submitting integral. And there is a mentorship based teacher preparation, like the key idea is we can pair each trainee with a school mentor teacher or a community mentor, where maybe it in some person, some artisan, some farmer, some NGO worker, somebody. And then we can practice observing, then co-teach, then reflect together. Mentor shares the decision making, not just a demonstration that what to do, why do this thing can be done, why this should be done in this way. Therefore, regarding many crops and many fruits, maybe many other metal activities. So there we can involve people who are into that occupation, and they can also help the student to make decision why and how, what kind of context and content should be taught to the students, and therefore they can have an active linkage on that. Teachers learn context sensitive judgment and not the fixed methods. When we as a teacher say something to the students, that becomes something a ritual to them. But when they discover this thing from a practitioner, that makes a whole lot of different meaning to the teachers or to the students. So that thing can be incorporated when in some part of the B.Ed curriculum also, if it is permitted throughout the time and the syllabus and the heavy content also. But we have to make space for this kind of an interaction with the real practitioners. Then there are we can introduce some practice-based courses, not the theory basis. Like instead of some heavy theory courses, we can give them a chance to design a learning experience lab. For example, an assignment can be given that design a 3-day learning module on waste management using only the local resources and community interaction. Therefore, in that way, we can give them something real to do, and this makes a difference. If we teach them to how a learning module is done, that is not going to help them. We must help them to give them a chance to design it on their own. Then context mapping as a very core skill, it is very important that we have to train our teachers, prospective teachers, to read the context before teaching. We must encourage them to understand the learners, the socio-economic map of the learner, the language ecology, the cultural practices, the local knowledge systems. And this is entirely, somehow this is missing from the lesson planning part or the designing of the teaching learning part. So this has to be given a core or highlighting importance in the B.Ed curriculum. Like what they have to find out that what does the community already know about this topic. So this will help them to prevent the decontextualized teaching. Somehow it can be a textbook teaching, but then this can help them to contextualize the teaching into the local knowledge system. Then I think every teacher education program now has some part of action research, but this action research starts a later part of the B.Ed program. But I think that it should start from the very beginning of the program, so that when the students are getting involved into a internship or a school engagement, from there only they start identifying a community issue or a classroom issue. They should have sufficient time to try an intervention and then observe the changes, and therefore they have a real life experience of intervening, and they can find out, yes, I can make a change. This belief will come to the teachers, the prospective teachers, when in general they will go to the schools, they will be confident enough that yes, a teacher actually makes some changes, and they have a great power in their hand. So this kind of activity will help the teachers or the prospective teachers to build up a researcher's mindset and a solution when oriented mindset. And if we can elongate this period, this action research, for a longer period, then this will be more meaningful. That is my reflection. And then if the assessment remains the traditional, then teaching may not be changed. If we as a B.Ed, we are taking the assessment of the B.Ed trainee teachers in terms of some tests, some written test, or some presentations only, it cannot change the real way of teaching, because then the prospective teachers know that, okay, I'll not be evaluated in these terms. So these are all meaningless. Therefore, we must work on the assessment also. It should be also non-traditional. It may include some portfolios of the particular prospective teacher, where they are making the lessons, the reflections, and the field evidences. Also, the viva should be based on real teaching decision. What happened and how did you manage that? And the peer assessment also. And therefore, we can evaluate not only the skills, rather the thinking process, the adaptation skills, and what actually they are doing in the real situation. So the assessment focus should also be shifted. And then there must be some simulation or real scenario based training, like case based discussions, role play, this kind of things should be incorporated to bridge the theory and practice gap. And then today we are talking about the Indian knowledge system, the local wisdoms also, which are entirely missing, specifically those environmental and bio areas and traditional resources and the culture. We are missing out a lot. Therefore, we must work on this part to integrate the local knowledge system, local wisdom. Therefore, we can invite local practitioners in the classroom, co-teaching sessions with the community members. Like for forest knowledge, we can invite some person from the field. Therefore, teachers learn to validate the non-textbook knowledge also, and they know that is only the things written in the textbook is not to be believed on. We can earn knowledge from the people who are working. That mindset has to be grown among the students. And therefore, and lastly, what I want to say, that there should be a longitudinal exposure, a long term. The teacher education program should be a long-term area, just that like we have done it now for 4 years. This will give the teacher education program a long time, and where the students may be able to connect with the community, the local areas over a longer period of time. They can observe the changes, not just in snapshots, but a long period and periodic changes in that particular area. This will, I think, that align the a student's knowledge and the resilience model, they will see the changes and they will intervene for a longer time. They can have a practice with that, and finally they can feel that difference, that yes, and then they can gain that confidence. Yes, I can change something, I can do something for this community. And that is what is very, very important for teachers to prepare a teacher who is just not knowledge, but they have a belief in their heart that yes, I am sufficient and I am good enough to make a change maker, to be a change maker in the nation building. Therefore, the whole idea that today I want to say that we do not prepare teacher for experiential learning by telling them about it. In fact, when we were talking about the constructivism, it was the reason that we failed there also, because we were talking about how to do it, but now it is even more a greater challenge. This experiential learning, we cannot tell somebody to do something, but we must prepare the prospective teachers by making them live through it, reflect on it, and redesign it. Therefore, as being a teacher educator, I think that we should all now think of a different kind of a curriculum, different kind of an interaction with our prospective teachers, that actually gives them that chance to know, to create knowledge from the local area, and then to reflect on it and to find actually be able to apply it meaningfully, and then get satisfied, yes, that I am a teacher who can actually make a change. So this is what I wanted to share with you, with this panel, with this expert and the expert panel and the participants also, very briefly. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and enlightened the audience with extensive discussion about the experiential learning. As per the madam, students learn when they reflect. The requirements of the today's life is developing resilience, independent learners, and preparing for the real world. Due to shortage of time, I am not discussing about all these things, ma'am. Really, it is very educative and informative for all of us. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now I would request Manoj Pradhan sir to discuss about this experiential learning and enlighten the audience. Thank you, sir.
Hello, hello. Respected chairperson of this one-day national seminar, Professor Draupadi Patel, Madam, Principal and Principal of this college and Patron of this national seminar. Respected Professor Jagdeshwar Donpad sir, in absentia, Chief Patron of this one-day national seminar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Utkal University, Chief Guest of this national seminar, Professor Manasi Goswami, Principal R.I. Bhubaneswar, Professor Bhojendranath Panda sir, keynote speaker of this national seminar, former professor, R.I. Bhubaneswar, Professor Devendra Kumar Sethi sir, panelist of this seminar, guest of honor, professor, he is a professor, DPIC Barampur, guest of honor also,
Professor Sambit Kumar Padhi, sir, HOD and Professor Guru Ghasidas, Central University, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Dr. Payal Banerjee, madam, just completed her talk. Associate Professor Ghasidas, Guru Ghasidas, Central University, Chhattisgarh. Convener of this National Seminar, Dr. Pratyush Ranjan Sahu, Assistant Professor of CTE Angul. Co-convener of this National Seminar, Dr. Plavani Bal, Assistant Professor. Advisors, Professor Punnachandra Behera sir, Professor of this college. Professor Bimal Chandra Shwai sir, Professor of this college. Co-advisor, advisor, Dr. Balabhadra Jaina sir, Associate Professor of this college. Other dignitaries on the dais, a galaxy of intellectuals, teachers, invited guests, and students and participants. We have learnt much about the experiential learning. That experiential learning, just Madam told, it is to be practiced in our day-to-day activities. Experiential learning is a philosophy. It is a process. When we say about process, we have to give stress on the process, not on the product. So it is a philosophy in which educators purposefully engage with students in direct experience and focused reflection in order to increase knowledge, develop skills, and clarify values. Knowingly or unknowingly, we gain experience. As Professor B.N. Ponda sir rightly said, very relevant things. Unless and until the person is involved, I just quote his language, unless and until the person is involved, there would not be learning. Yes, it is right. But one thing we have to make it clear. We have to distinguish between training and education. I don't know, previously I was the principal of a government B.Ed training college, Kalinga Kandhamala. I don't know who gave the name training college. Nowadays also many people call this city Angul as training college. But I don't prefer the word training to be used. Rather, I prefer the word education. Training is mostly meant for the animals. We train the animals. But human beings are educated. Human beings have brains. So it has been rightly recognized as a College of Teacher Education. So thanks for giving the name. And I am very much privileged and honored to be here to share my views with you. Because when you are educated, you have many things to be done. There is unlimited things. For example, if you just throw a stone towards a dog, then what the dog would do? The dog may bite you, the dog may bark you, or the dog may go away from the spot. Or what else can be done by the dog? 3-4 options are there. But when you pelt the stone at me, what shall I do? Shall I repeat these 3 or 4 things? Or more than that? I may I may not bite you. I may bite you also. I may go away. I may scold the dog or scold the person. Scold the person who has pelted stone at me. I may do nothing and go to my home and write a poetry about this. I may go to discuss this matter with my friends. So many things can be done by me, and it is limitless. Because I am a human being, my brain is not programmed one like the animals. Animal's brain is programmed, but the human brain is not programmed one. And we are saying about, so it is rightly mentioned this college as the College of Teacher Education. Training should not be used here. Yes, we are discussing about learning by doing. As B.N. Purnasa rightly said, John Dewey, your Maria Montessori, Vygotsky, many philosophers' views he discussed. And there should be active engagement of the students. There should be active engagement of the students. Yesterday, I want to just make you relax, just telling a story. Once a king just declared in his state, if there is, he was finding a brave man for his daughter, for her marriage. So he declared that if there will be a brave man in the state, then there will be marriage of his daughter with him. And he just created a situation there. There was a pond and many crocodiles were in the pond, and it was declared in the state, all over the state, if a person will successfully cross the pond, which is full of crocodiles, dangerous crocodiles, then he or she will be, he will be declared as the most brave person. And half an hour time was given for this at 10:30. So the program started at 10:30 and it will continue till 11 o'clock. But nobody dared to jump into the pond. Many people were there. Many people gathered there to look at what were happening there. But nobody could jump. The king became very much sorry. This is what, in my state there is no brave person. So why should I be here the king? Only 5 minutes left. A young man jumped into the river and very bravely crossed it, and many crocodiles were coming, but very speedily he crossed the pond. Everybody clapped and the king became very happy. Yes, the man came and the king became very happy. Yes, you are the only courageous person in my state. But the person said, sir, I don't know. First of all, tell me who pushed me into the river, into the pond. And the person doesn't know who has pushed her. He has not jumped into the pond himself. But during his swimming, he could learn many things. How to face the situation, how to face the dangerous situation. He experienced there many things. So this is what, knowingly or unknowingly, we experience many things. I prefer language here. Before 3-4 days, some of my students, I was discussing with some of my students, I told them, write about Panasa, Manisa, Sagada. In word Sagada they use Mudnesa. Why are you just doing this? Sagada should be Talvesa. The student says, sir, why these three saws are there? We are just pronouncing it in the same way. I told, because our forefathers meant this and the sound should be different. Talvesa comes from Talavesa, Talu, and Mudnesa from Muduni, Dantesa from teeth, Danta. I don't know, sir, but everybody is just pronouncing it the same way. Why you are, sir, following this? Because our forefathers have meant this three saws for us. So your forefather has done many things. They have given you the forests, but what you have done with the forests? We are cutting the trees. I did not want to just argue more with it. But the thing is that we are mechanically, it is a time to discuss whether we will go for three saws or one saw. When I teach English to the students in the class, I say them, I help the students to have practice in these three saws. For example, there are many women who are married, many women students, girl students who are married. I tell them, do you have sasu? Yes. What saw you use? Sir, talabesa. So tell me, how do you pronounce it? Na sasu. This is what you do not have love for your sasus. Sasu should be pronounced shashu, sha, talbesha, sha. Sir, in this way you do not pronounce. So you do not have the love for your sasu. Okay? Exactly in the same way, we pronounce dirghau and harsau in the same way. We say kula and kula. Okay? I told them, dirghau do you use? For example, which for seat, SIT seat is a small e, but SCAT seat is a what? It's a long e, dirghau e. Okay, SCAT seat, but we do not actually use, but we should use. I told her that a student who is a married one, please pronounce Nodi Kulores Shashutie Mola. But she did not pronounce it. Here I used Dirghoi, Dirghau, Talvesha, but she did not just did it the way I was expecting from her. So what is this? There is experiential learning. I use this. I put the students in a situation so that they will learn it. I know in experiential learning there will be divergent thinking, there will be convergent thinking, and there will be reflection. In this way, the total process will go on. We are giving stress on process, not on what? Not on the product. So when we are giving stress on the process, that means we are teaching them. The students are learning. But when the product will be not satisfactory, once upon a time we were giving stress on the product. How much you are teaching? You may teach in a better way. You may teach in a very effective way. But your teaching will not be effective if the students are failed in the examination. The students will not secure good marks in the examination. So the product is important. The parents will understand the product. They don't know what is about the process. But experiential learning is all about the process. Okay? So we have to be very much cautious about this. And education is that which makes a deliberate change in our behavior. We have to change our behavior. The students need to change their behavior. And if we want to change the behavior of the students, we have to do this in a very constructive way. So, rote learning versus insightful learning. We are speaking here about insightful learning. But what about rote learning? I am a language teacher. If you do not memorize the things, O, A, Harshai, Dirghai, A, B, C, D, these are the parts of rote learning. Learning by trial and error. And these have a place in our educational system. But we have to learn this, we have to memorize this, we have to practice this. Unless we do this, we cannot go for experiential learning. So first, the position goes to rote learning. Just if a child comes to school, you will show A to him and say, he will say nothing. What is this? He may say T, B. Okay? So there are many things we have to know. The concept learning. For example, this is a flower. I don't know. For example, this is Jarvera. This is called Jarvera. Why it is called Jarvera, not rose, not lotus, not other things? Can you answer? Why the flower is named as Jarvera, not rose, not lotus? Can you say? No, there is no philosophy behind this. Because our ancestors have been telling this as Jarvera, so we are saying this. Okay? There is no philosophy behind this. Why is it called Jarvera, not Parvera or Darvera? There is no philosophy behind this. We have to learn this through the rote learning, through the concept learning. Okay? So there is a there is a free, not conflict exactly, rote learning versus the experiential learning, rote learning versus the your insightful learning. Experiential, I prefer experiential learning when the child grows in age. Experiential learning is better, best also. But for that, the teacher needs to prepare himself or herself. Actually, we are fortunate that in training colleges, we are giving stress on the the lesson planning. The lesson planning is nothing but preparing some activities, preparing some teaching learning activities, let us say, for the students in the class. But I am very much sorry to say, in most of the general colleges where ITP, where 2 years BEds are done, their principals are not in favor of sending the students for a long time to school for the internship. They say, what is internship? What is teaching? Not required. You just go and take the classes regularly. And just the teachers are very much unhappy because the students are learning nothing. Past and experience, sir was telling about this. And practical, real world solutions. Am I taking much time? Practical, real world solution, as Principal Madam of RI Bhubaneswar, Manasi Madam told, practical, real world solution. Education should be free. There should be problem solving skills. And she told about this will enhance the learning appetites. Much you learn, much you experience. Okay? And if your product is not satisfactory, then again you go. Actually, we are just discussing the thing, but nobody is discussing about the classroom situation. This type of learning is very successful if there will be very few number of students in the class. Where we can provide the individualized instruction, but the students with 60, 70, 50 this number, how can we go for this? Philosophically we say, we should practice, but it is difficult most of the times. Okay? And lastly, I want to just conclude with the version of Payal Madam. She told about reflection, thinking, and application of the knowledge. Reflection is done by the human beings. You have to think, rethink the matter. Reflection is done in our mind. A dog is not able to reflect, but a human being is able to reflect. And from this reflection, there will be creation, novel things, creativity will be there. Okay? But nowadays, I don't know, before 1 week perhaps, Sri University, Plavani kiye se amara guru, Sri University, Ravi Shankar sir. Just in his meeting, he exposed a machine, and that machine was invented by one of his disciples, and in a half liter of water, you can cook for 6 months. And that machine was demonstrated in that meeting. In that meeting, the machine was just demonstrated, and that was burning. In a half liter of water, you can cook for 6 months. And this is possible. This is creativity. Only learning, experiencing, and product is not sufficient. We have to let our students to go for creation, novel things. At least we should encourage. Jaha bhi ho, gote chota gote invention karo, gote lekho, gote kichi gote kara jau pilam. Let us encourage the students about this. And nowadays in China, it was already passed in their ministry, government, without writing very heavy, very bulky thesis. If you just invent a small thing also, without writing the thesis, you will be awarded PhD degree. But nowadays, what we do, we have to, for PhD degree, we have to write many things. Copy paste, then we have to revise, then we have to plagiarism check, all these things. But new ideas are lacking. I don't want to take much time. This type of thinking should be in our mind. Let us encourage the students. Just when I was in Baripoda, I was evaluating a paper in population education, how to minimize the population of the country. There was a time the government was pressing upon minimizing the population, but nowadays population is a resource. At that time, I remembered just a very creative sentence. She wrote, "Bibi ko rakhibo tip top, duita pore full stop." Just very good poetry wrote by the child. "Bibi ko rakhibo tip top, duita pore full stop." This is creativity, but the teacher will not allow mark because it is not written in the syllabus. Why are you writing these type of things? Okay, we only give marks to the students who are writing as per our expectations. For in rainy season, Bengoro ke kotor rabore chaturdigo prakambito hei ute. Eta se examiner ko bhalo lagichi. But the child has not written anywhere this sentence. Salaki. Only sentence the children have written very nicely, but the examiner is not giving marks. Not fine. From 25, 6, 7. But a child has not written, another child has not written anything good, but written that sentence. Bengoro ke kotor rabore prakambito hei ute chaturdigo jetebole barsar prathama ye pade. Very good writing. Very good writing. From 20, 18 is awarded to the students. 18 is awarded. So we have put limitation in our mind. If you will write this and this, mark will be given. No creativity is allowed. So our students, if they will focus on this creativity, nowadays we have to prepare ourselves for the 21st century, and NEP is forcing upon this. If we just do this creativity, even using this experiential learning, it is one of the weapons in our hand to do this thing very nicely. So I again thank to the organizer, especially Professor Patel Madam, the principal of this prestigious institution, for giving me a chance to just share my feelings with my students, with the listeners. And I also owe my best regards to the organizers who have been toiling hard for making this happen from a long period, because I know the problem of arranging such a big event. And before 5-7 days, we organized 2 days national seminar in our college, DPIC Barampur. I was in the college till till night 11-12. Professor Devendra sir is also with me. He and me, he is an helping asset to me in that college. So I again thank you for organizing this nice seminar, and the students are listening. I have gone to many general colleges. The student will leave after 1 hour. But here, you are going to be the ideal teachers. Maybe due to this pressure, but you are going to be the ideal teachers, because we have to follow the idealism, naturalism and pragmatism. Idealism says, you be this, you do not be this. Okay? So, from idealism, you are going to be the ideal teachers. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you to all. Bande Utkala Janani, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mano sir, for sharing your thoughts through different stories. You have discussed vividly about the discovery learning. You have discussed about the different souls, how the students they have to use, discovering themselves, involving themselves, they have to learn using the different words, different letters. So when we are educated, many things to do, and human mind is not programmed, so we have to think rationally. You have given importance to this. Thank you again, sir, for vivid discussions about the experiential learning. Now I would request Devendra Sethi, sir, to enlighten the audience. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you, Principal Madam. कहाँ से शुरू करूं, कहाँ से खत्म करूं, ये मेरे लिए बड़ा सवाल है। क्योंकि पहले मेरा यहीं पे पोस्टिंग था। In 1999, 13th July, I joined as a lecturer in this prestigious institution. After a long gap, near about 25 years, I am standing in front of you. when I called from Plavani madam and Draupadi madam, I accept it. I will join, definitely I will visit your institution, or I can give a small talk within 5 to 10 minutes. So it is my pleasure to be here with you. So many changes has been made in these institutions. My colleague, Professor Bimal Charan Swai is here. At the same time, we both are joined in this institution. Nothing new for me, the locations but so many things have changed. So many things have been changed. So thanks to your principal madam taking initiative to change the atmosphere in this beautiful campus. So before that, the formalities is there. Respected Principal Madam, respected B.N. Panda sir, in absentia BC and ex-principal R.I. Bhubaneswar, all dignitaries, my brother, elder brother, Professor Bimal Charan Swai, Purnachandra Punababu is there, and Manoj Babu is there. All are my colleagues. At the same time, we both are joined in this College of Teacher Education. Before going to my part, TK Pilangu activity, today, a small activity, should I say 3 times? Jai Jagannath. So, Bilani bhai. Odia hai ke amko dekhila logo kahre party subu nahi. We are the teachers, ideal teachers. Jai Jagannath. Jai Jagannath. Hato tekhile nahi, hato pura pakire. To aao thare jor hato tikwa. Jai Jagannath. Very good. Thank you so much for your participations. My predecessors, like my teacher, my guru, my mentor, Bhojendra sir, already start and end with so many things. What is experiential learning? What is the aspects of experiential learning? What is the role of the teachers? What kind of activities we should do? So everything within a short answer, we have covered all these things. We don't have anything to say about experiential learning. Just I'm telling you 1 or 2 examples here in NKC city, Ongol. NKC city has a different philosophy. Different philosophy. Why? What is the reason? Before NKC city Ongol, we have the name Basic Training School. Madam? Everybody know that it is named as Basic Training School. All my teachers, those who have already retired or already passed away, they have told the basic, what is the basic function of these institutions. You might observe that there is a playground. When we have joined in this institution, a big pond was there. Agricultural field is there. So many, ଆମେ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛୁ ଚନ୍ଦନ ଗଛ, like a tree was there. Why such type of things are there available here? Teachers must know. Teachers must practice the theories. You might have seen that. So many, your art teacher is there, tailoring is there, and wood and craft is there, and weaving section was there. All instructors are there. So connectivity is there between theory and practice. After passing through this institution, what you can do? The job is not to teach. To teach the society, to serve to the society. But what is the utility of tailoring? What is the utility of woodwork? There is not necessary. As NEP 2020 says that art based pedagogy, sports based pedagogy, everything is there. This is the philosophy of your NKC city Ongole. This is the attitude of these institutions. So another example I have told you that have you seen the film like 3 Idiots? किए देखे ना 3 Idiots किए देखे ना केते जन 3 Idiots नु अच्छी फिल्म टी किए देखी ना one name was there who रट्टा लगा के लिखता है उसको चेंज करने से जो उसका है उसको और कुछ बोलता है और एक बंदा है जो पढ़ता नहीं कुछ करता नहीं है कब क्या करता है कुछ नहीं पता है देखो लास्ट में वो क्या बन गया साइंटिस्ट बन गया और एक देखिए मुन्ना भाई एमबीबीएस उसका कहानी क्या है उसको कुछ नहीं पता है उसके जगह पे कोई और एग्जाम देता है फिर वो बन जाता है एमबीबीएस बन जाता है जैसे कि सर बोल रहे थे कि if you are a doctor in surgery, you don't have any practical experiences, then ultimately the patient will die. This is your experiences. As a teacher, educators, we have so many experiences in your schools, in outside schools. We have the lesson plans. We prepare lesson plans. How can you prepare the lesson plans? Have you any experiences? Have you any materials from ChatGPT to ICT or internet or guided by your teachers? So for that purpose, we have trained you. We have organized the workshops. 1 day or 2 days you have to prepare your lesson plan. Teaching learning materials, to learning teaching materials. What strategy we have applied? Everything will be taught or trained by your respective pedagogy teachers. Another example from my own experiences I will give you. All theoretical aspects are already covered by all the experts. ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆମ୍ବ ସମୟ ଆସିଲାଣି, ହଁ କି ନା? ଆସିଛି। ୟା ପରେ ଟିକେ ଟିକେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପବନ ଦେବ, ବର୍ଷା ହେବ, ଏଠି ବହୁତ ଗଛ ଅଛି, ଆମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଅଛି। ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମ୍ବ ଗୋଟେ ବାରମାସୀ ଗଛ ଏଇଠି ଅଛି, ଯେଉଁଟାକି ତୁମର ସେପଟ ସାଇଡ଼୍ରେ ଆମର ଥିଲା ଷ୍ଟାଫ୍ କମନ୍ ରୁମ୍। ଆମ୍ବ ଆଚାର ତିଆରି କରିବା ପାଇଁ ମୋତେ ପସନ୍ଦ ଆସେ, କାହିଁକିନା ମୁଁ ଆଇ ଲଭ୍ କୁକିଂ, ହେଲା କି? ପ୍ରାୟତଃ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସାର୍, ଆପଣ ପାଖକୁ ଆସୁଥିବେ ପ୍ରାୟ ଆମର ବହୁତ ଜଣେ ଏବେ ଯେଉଁ ସାର୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍, ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁ କ'ଣ ଅଛି, ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ରହୁଛନ୍ତି? ହଁ, ନାଇଁ ଉଜା ସାର୍ ନୁହଁ, ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଟିଚର୍ ଆମର ଅଛନ୍ତି ଚୈତନ୍ୟ ସାର୍, ତାଙ୍କ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ତାର ଆମର ସାଇନ୍ସରେ ସେ ହଁ ବ୍ରହ୍ମାନନ୍ଦ ସାର୍, ହେଲା କି? ପ୍ରାୟ everybody know that Brahmanand sir may be coming regularly to your institutions for various occasions, maybe. ତେଣୁ ତାଙ୍କ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ବଢ଼ିଆ ଆଚାର ତିଆରି କରନ୍ତି, ହେଲା କି? ମୁଁ ଥରେ ଯାଇଥିଲି, ମୋତେ ଆଚାର ଖାଇବାକୁ ଦେଲେ। ଖାଇଲା ପରେ ମୁଁ ପଚାରିଲି, ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ can you explain it, how can you prepare it? All ingredients, everything she suggested, and at the finally I tried it in my room, but it was not like that. Subsequently, every year I prefer to prepare pickles for my home. I purchase from market, or some of the mangoes coming from my home, that will be prepared at this season. Previous year, I went to my hometown. Plentifully available the mangoes. I cut it. As a process, I do that. At the end, what happened? The pickles was not tasty. Why? What is the reason? Why it is not tasty? I have prepared so many times. Every year I prepared it, distribute to my friends. Everybody likes it, gives comments. But what happens? Why it was not tasty? ତାପରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ତା ଭିତରେ ଟିକେ ଗବେଷଣା କଲି, ସିଲଭର ଯେଉଁ ଆମର ହାଣ୍ଡି ଅଛି, ଯେଉଁ ଆମେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ହଣ୍ଡା ହାଣ୍ଡି ଅଛି, ସିଲଭର ଆମର ଯେଉଁ କୁଣ୍ଡ ଅଛି, ଅଛି, ସେଇଥିରେ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ କରିଦେଲି। କଲା ପରେ ମୁଁ ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲି, ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱର ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲି। ଯିଏ ମୋର ଥିଲେ ରିଲେଟିଭ୍ ମା ଥିଲେ, ତାଙ୍କୁ ଇଏ କହିକି ଆସିଲେ ଖରାରେ ତାକୁ ଟିକେ ଦେଇଦେବେ। ସୋ ଆଫ୍ଟର ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ୟୁଜ୍ ଇଟ୍। କିଛି ଦିନ ଗଲାରୁ ସେମାନେ କ'ଣ କଲେ, ଦେଖିଲା ବେଳକୁ ସେ ସିଲଭର ଖାଇଗଲାଣି ପୁରା, ଯେଉଁ ପୁରା ଖାଇକି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରକାର ତା ଟେଷ୍ଟ ପୁରା ଅଲଗା ପ୍ରକାର ହେଇଯାଇଛି, ହେଲା କି? That is your reflection. That is your reflection. କଲେ କିଛି, ଚିନ୍ତା କଲେ କିଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ତା ରେଜଲ୍ଟ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମକୁ ଆସୁନାହିଁ, nothing comes to the product ଯେଉଁଟା ଆମେ ଇଏ କରୁଥିଲେ, ମନୋଜ ବାବୁ କହୁଥିଲେ, at the end of the product is coming very poor. So we have to reflect ourselves. Reflection is required. Critical thinking is required. So NEP 2020 is there. Experiential learning as a core pedagogical shift to memorization to learning by doing. Already, sir has already pointed out all these things. Previously, what happened? We remember all the things. घुसते जाओ, घुसो, चलता रहता है. अभी भी चलता रहे. अभी भी जितना देखिए, प्राइमरी से लेकर अभी तक जितने हैं, only rote memorization, we are giving more stress on rote memory. Not learning by doing. No activity is there. We are not involved with the students. Only the teachers say something, always say something. ଯେମିତି ଏବେ ସେମିନାର ଚାଲିଛି ବସି କେତେ ସମୟ ବସିବି? ଯେମିତି ବସିକି ଭାବୁଥିବ ସାର୍ କେତେବେଳେ ଛାଡ଼ିବେ ଲଞ୍ଚକୁ ଯିବୁ, ଭୋକ ଲାଗିଲାଣି, ହଁ କି ନା? ତେଣୁ ଆଉ ବସିବାକୁ ବଳ ନାହିଁ କି କାନରେ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ଇଚ୍ଛା ନାହିଁ. ତେଣୁ ସେମିତି ଆମେ we the teachers are very autocratic by nature. Autocratic Rajo. We know everything. Whatever I say, you accept it. You have to accept it. But I am not giving more importance to my learners. When you are at your internship classes, think about your children. ଯେମିତି ବନ୍ଦୀ କରିକି ବସାନ୍ତି ଆମେ ସେମିତି ଚାରି କାନ୍ଥ ଭିତରେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ବନ୍ଦୀ କରିକି ବସେଇଛନ୍ତି. Because my teacher says that you have to complete 20 lessons. You have to observe 10 lessons. You have to prepare learning teaching materials. My teacher has suggested. If anything is wrong, then Plavani madam is there, all my colleagues are there, they give comments, so many comments, this is not good, this is not good, this is not good, this is not good, you are not coming with that material, so many comments are there. Is it right? Are you satisfied with the teachers at that time? एक चांटा मारने के लिए लेकिन चांटा तो मार नहीं सकते because the teachers, we accept it with the teachers. What is the reason? We are already Panda sir has already pointed out the history of this. Is not experiential learning, is not new concept. The new concept is already we have that experiential learning in different situations. So many history already has already pointed out that. Okay, so I will just go briefly. Already madam has pointed out so many things. So key aspects like already active engagement, integration of art and sports, skill-based education, no back days. Sir has already pointed out that no back days at primary or class 6 to onwards, so that we have to visit, take them visit new places, maybe field trip or any local observations or anywhere you can take it. Then your assessment shifts, assessment, like only mark is more important. We are not giving stress on competency. Not giving any learning for learning as a learning. Then assessment may be changed. Then real world application is more important. Whatever we learn, we have to apply in real situations. The next slide. Then some of the stages already, Panda sir has already pointed out that concrete experiences, reflective observations, then abstract conceptualization, active experience. This is the four steps cycle by collab present in the framework as a cycle of do, react, reflect, think, and that is apply. The next slide, please. Some of the essential components are there: holistic development, scale and vocational multidisciplinary approach, critical thinking, flexible learning paths, teacher training and professional development. This is more important that is we have to train the teachers for how experiential learning will be successful as for NEP 2020. Next slide, please. Then contextualization of experiential learning in relation to NEP 2020. All these points already been discussed. Next, please. How schools can enhance the experiential learning. So, as a teacher, how can you integrate experiential learning? Integration into daily lessons, hands-on activities, simulations, role play into regular classrooms. We have to integrate all these things for better understanding, better application, better critical thinking, better reflections. We have the integrations. Then dedicated project times. When we provide a certain project to our children, it may be short term or long term. The time must be given to the learners. We have the projects in your internship classes or community activities. What kind of experiences you will gather from the community, from the schools, that must be written in your experiences, in your languages, not copy or paste from somewhere else. So then in cross-curricular activities is there, use of technology. We must use some technology. So when we are the edge of technology, we have the एको मु सबुबेले गोटे कथे तुम्हें माता तुम्हें पिता तुम्हें स्वर्ग तुम्हें सबु या बिना मु किसी सेकेंड चली पारिबी नहीं हैला तेणु जदि एको तुम्हें पिता तुम्हें माता भावुज then everything is there. Everything is there. You can integrate the learning or the content or the topic to ICT. So, and that is the use of technology. Some lead groups are promoting experiential learning, the teachers who are taking leadership. What they should do. Interactive digital content should prepare for learners. So many teachers are there here. So many experts are here. They can prepare some content for the learners. Then project-based learning modules, some modules may be prepared. Then another one is teachers training and support. A comprehensive training and support system we accept in our teaching learning process. Then next, the customized learning pathways prepare so adaptable resources allow schools to tailor learning experience fit unique goals, making learning personalized impactful. Personalized or impactful, jemti customer jemti hei paribo, customer je hei paribo, that should be kept in mind. Then next, then some of the opportunities are there. Then next, some of the challenges are there already. Professor Abhian Panda sir already highlighted. So many thanks to all my dear colleagues, all my my friend Patel Madam is there. So thank you to my dear students for your patience listening. Thanks, Madam. Thanks you all. Thank you.
थैंक यू देवेंद्र सर कन्फ्यूज थे कहाँ से शुरू करूँ कहाँ से खत्म किंतु बहुत सुंदर भाव में जगन्नाथ को हाथ टेकी देकी आरंभ कले एवं आमर बेसिक ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज केमी टेलरिंग केमी आर्ट एजुकेशन अच्छी केमी कार्पेंट्री अच्छी बेसिक एजुकेशन विषय डिस्कस कले तापर केमी पिकिल करेंगे ये आंब नहीं केमी शिखी केमी एक्सप्लोर कर डिस्कवरी लर्निंग विषय में विविडली डिस्कस कले पिला माने निजे केमी एक्सप्लोर करेंगे से जिन शिखेले एवं लास्ट आईसीटी इंटीग्रेटेड लर्निंग विषय में बहुत सुंदर भाव में विविड डिस्कस करके सारे तेणु थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर विविड डिस्कशन. Now I would request our Sambit sir to join with us and enlighten the audience. Please sir. Sambit sir, screen is visible. Please start sir.
Madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Madam, okay. If we permit, then I can take a few of your valuable minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Honorable patron of this national seminar, Professor Draupadi Madam, esteemed keynote speaker, a renowned educationist in the globe, Professor B.N. Panda sir, distinguished chief guest of this program, Professor Manasi Goswami, Principal Regional Institute of Education, Bhubaneswar, NCERT, my academic mentor, Professor Manoj sir from the Principal DPISC Barampur, respected Devan Sathi sir, respected Bimal Charan Swai sir, Panchandra sir, all respected faculty members in and outside NKCT Anugul, dear research scholars, lovable students, young energetic participants from various parts of the country, ladies and gentlemen. A warm and wonderful afternoon to each one of you. Friends, this is the time for lunch. So without taking much of your valuable time, I would like to make my presentation in a brief way. First of all, let to the patron of the program, convener and co-convener of choosing such a relevant theme, that is experiential learning. And friends, when I little critically analyze, actually experiential learning is not merely a pedagogy, neither it is a curriculum, rather it is a matter of philosophy. So I remember the great fellow Benjamin Franklin, who rightly mentioned, you give me opportunity so that I can have a kind of involvement in the process of learning, and learning will become a permanent affair in process of my lifelong learning. Friends, I do have certain slides to exhibit before you. Let me give just 1 minute. Madam, what about my PPT? Is it visible?
No, sir.
Draupadi Madam?
No.
Just present something else. Stop staring. Just give me 1 minute. So, enter screen. Share. ଏବେ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି ମ୍ୟାଡାମ?
ନା ସାର୍ ନା।
ଦେଖାଯାଉନି?
ଆସିଲା? ଏବେ ଆସିଲା ସାର୍।
Okay, thank you very much, madam. ଏବେ ଦେଖାଗଲା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ?
ଆସୁଛି ସାର୍।
Thank you very much, madam, for your response. I just selected a small, try to conceptualize small idea. So don't just learn, start experiencing. And to guide the total presentation, I do have certain fundamental questions. The first fundamental questions, are we aspiring to learn joyfully? Definitely the answer will be yes. If yes, how can it be? Friends, if you little critically analyze the real purpose of education, and we give importance to 3 important correlates, and very common aim is to creation of knowledge. And national education policy repeatedly time and again emphasizing one of the important ones, that is we need to infuse value, integrate value in addition to our knowledge. And finally, friends, this is the time either we have knowledge or we have value. If our education is not contributing to the growing economy of the nation, because national interest is very much important. Unless and until it contribute to the growing economy of the nation in terms of skills, in terms of having certain financial output, in terms of sustaining economy. It could be a fundamentally difficult questions. So what is the real purpose of education? Friends, so I once again bring your kind attention. It is rightly mentioned by the Benjamin Franklin. So tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, I learn. So the whole idea, the whole spirit, the whole magnitude of experiential learning is based on the last line. You involve me in the process of learning. And if you a little critically go to the Sustainable Development Goal 4, it is ensuring that it is putting a lot of emphasis that so learner must be lifelong learners. And friends, do you think that if you teach in a chalk and talk method, if we do not involve the learner in the process of learning, if we make our teaching in an autocratic process without involving our students, I definitely say the learning will not be a meaningful one. Learner will not be exciting and develop interest to learn. That's why if you like to make your learning become permanent, learning can happen, friends, in any place. Learning can happen in the playground. Learning can happen in the pond. Learning can happen in the river. Learning can, so it is not a restricted phenomenon that learning is only happen in and inside the classroom. Time has been changed. So we need to make our learner become ready. So readiness is important concept. If our learners are ready, then learning can happen in any place. And friends, the moment we use the term readiness, so one develop the interest, motivation, and finally you would be engaged in the process of learning. Involvement, engagement, developing interest, developing motivation, have a kind of sense and concern towards learning are now some of the buzzwords in the process of learning. So either you would be participants or you would be in a receptant forms. So experiential learning is rightly emphasized our one of the strong and valuable document in National Education 5, which emerged in July 2020. And really, we are thinking to make our learner productive and meaningful for the society. And they can contribute something for the society, so that we are thinking to establish a developed nation by 2047. So in this context, I do have certain understanding that our learning must not be low. Rather, we need to a kind of shifting from content towards the competency. And friends, competency must not be attained unless and until we involve in the process of learning, unless and until we develop a kind of optimism towards the learning, and unless and until we develop certain kind of skills which will be productive for the person as well as individual. That's why means are more important. Ends is not important. Friends, we must salute to the document, great document, wonderful document to the National Education Policy, where maximum time and again emphasis has been given. So we need to know how things have been happened. What is least important, how is more important. So why is more important? And friends, do you think that so such kind of process is only comfortably possible? No. We require understanding from both the sides. So if we start on blaming, teacher are not doing any kind of job, teacher are not doing his or her job, and another is not ready to learn. Friends, this is not a time to blaming the game of others. Rather, why not we sit together? Why not we work together? Why not we think together? Why not we live together? So friends, experiential learning always believe on working cooperatively, having a thinking so that we produce something. And we need to recognizing the unique ability of each and every individual. And at the same time, we must recognize the ability and we must provide certain feedback so that not only it will be beneficial for individual, but also be beneficial for the society at large, but also be beneficial for the country like Bharat at large. So we have been emphasizing not only the individual learning, but also our intention, our intent and content is very clear. Our description and prescriptions are very clear. We are moving towards individual learning to holistic learning. We are moving from the unidisciplinary system to the multidisciplinary system of education. We are moving from the content-based to the competency-based of learning. And we always discourage rote learning, rather we focused on the application-based learning. Rather we focus the learning which should be productive in nature. Rather we focus the learning which can contribute significantly to the growing economy of the nation. Rather we focus such kind of learning which can aid the value of the nations. Next moment I talk about value. So our education system should create such kind of citizen who would be rooted in the Bharatiya value. And they must be groomed in such a way who can cater the need of the globe. So the Indianness, the indigenous value must be integrated in our curricula. And friends, in order to do such things, we need not to focus a specific tablet, specific capsule to the students. Rather, why not we are thinking to develop creativity, critical thinking, problem-solving ability among the students, which are required in the 21st century skills. So, in order to make in this way, so I would like to draw your attention is that, so we have our experiential learning system since a long time. In order to meet the historical achievement, we must not believe the words. Rather, we must to create a platform. We need to create a vibrations. We need to create a situations where action would be shifting towards the reflections, where labor would be converted, where pain would be converted to pain. So if we started working in a proper way, so then only things would be its own shape. Friends, experiential learning is not a matter of recent origin. It has its inception since a long time. If you go back, if you little critically look into the National Education Policy, page number 12, it is rightly emphasizing experiential learning is a kind of cross-curricular pedagogical approach. Friends, rightly, your patron madam was speaking before a few minutes. So, it is a kind of pedagogy in one way. So, we need to contextualize. So, what kind of teaching learning would be infused among the students? So, we need to understand the need and aspiration of the students. We need to understand the level of. We need to contextualize the things instead of making it conceptualized. So, where art integrated pedagogy would be fine and fit, where sports integrated pedagogy will be really beneficial, where really storytelling based pedagogy would be really workable, where information and communication technology in advanced situation we are coming into artificial intelligence generated pedagogy would be required. Friends, I always believe that a uniform manual must not be work for a long time and for all kinds of students, because we always born individually. Our need and aspirations are different. And if you go through the sustainable development goal, it has rightly been mentioned categorically that ensure inclusive and equitable kind of quality education. Friends, do you think that if we provide a similar kind of manual, in uniform kind of manual to everybody, then can they able to cater the need of the society? No, definitely not. So first of all, we need to identify the need and aspiration of the students. We need to identify the need and aspiration of the nation. We need to identify the need and aspiration of the society. Accordingly, we need to prescribe, we need to describe the kind of pedagogy we require. Friends, there are certain misconceptions in and around our educationists that experiential learning pedagogy or experiential pedagogy may not be or must not be infused or incorporated and percolated in our classroom. I always believe. So such kind of discussion must not be flowed in and around the educationist. Friends, experience does not require a great field, having a playground, having the great and equitable laboratory. Friends, we always believe that. So our classroom is a great laboratory. We are all the living instruments, and our teachers are always act like a great laboratory, a technician, a great facilitator, great mentor who can guide and facilitate us how to work in a real spirit in and around our classroom. So experience require energy, experience require innovations, experience require novelty, experience require feeling and observations, experience require finally the reflections in our work. So this is a common model, and it has been every presenters each and every time and again, each and everywhere. So we need the intent and content of experiential learning is not to give certain kind of learning by doing only. First of all, a learner must develop a kind of feeling, must develop a kind of observation, so that he feels that he should need to learn from the specific experiences. And we, the teacher, need to create an environment. Friends, environment can be generated everywhere, provided we need to understand the situation. Many a time we never understand the situation and simply say that how experiential learning can be operated in our classroom. And every time we are putting thousands of negative remarks. Ye to bhai experiential learning, that is a kind of, it will be placed in the pen and paper. It must not be flowed in the practical situations. Friends, we are the carriers. We must not be working like a barriers. So we, the teacher, we, the family member, we, the social activist, we, the social thinker, we, the political thinkers, we, the students and the beneficiaries, we need to explore, first of all, what is the existing situation of our curriculum. And rightly, I must salute to the different organizations like University Grants Commission and other organizations who has given enough freedom, who always honor the idea, the common people we are having. So who always percolate the idea, whatever curricula you are framing for the nation, there is always scope. You can add and delete. You can infuse your local components, local correlates, so that our students will learn in their own language. Student can have developed the good idea, having a kind of acquaintance or having a kind of common using whatever they have been observing. And friends, if you like to bring the great idea from the local and inner and around situations, why not we are asking the local masters? Why not we are asking the spiritual masters who can contribute their idea, being a great teacher, being a great master, so that they can share their experiences, and which would be one of the assets for our upcoming students. Friends, I always remember, experience is a wonderful element, and which makes the human being become excellent. I must congratulate the leading team headed by the patron Draupadi Madam, convener Pratyush sir, co-convener Prakashi and Lavani Madam. So they have rightly chosen the real topic, and it must be flowed in and around the school teachers. It must be our pre-service setup, unless and until our pre-service teachers who have been grooming in the NKCTE Anugul, that what is the concept of experiential relevance of the experiential learning, and how experiential learning can be used practically in and around the schools and higher education. Do we think that we are making justice to the society? No. So our pre-service teacher, in-service teacher who have been grooming rightly in a great institution like NKCT, they must have kind of concrete understanding practically how experiential learning can be utilized in various setup with specific reference to discipline, with specific pedagogy, with specific reference to assessment, with specific reference to the classroom and administrative management. That's why I do have little observation, rather I do have little concern about how things can be properly explored in our school and teacher education institutions. So in this context, so we need to look into the curriculum and pedagogy, friends. I understand that our contribution to the framing of policy and designing of policy is very less. We always used to say that curriculum is, that policy is used to frame in and around the New Delhi. But do you not think that we have little responsibility? We have certain kind of accountability to make it implement in a proper spirit? Yes, I understand that. So being a curriculum designer, being a faculty, young and energetic faculty member, being a pedagogue, so we need to implement, we need to incorporate these ideas in and around our classroom. So in what way? So I do have 3 or 4 observations. So in first way, whatever curriculum has already been designed in and around the schools, in and around the teacher education curriculum. So first and foremost work, we need to critically analyze the existing curriculum. And once we critically, we look into our curriculum into different context. And at the same time, once curriculum has been critically scrutinized, then we need to identify what are the experiential learning materials, what are the experiential learning components. So so it will be infused in terms of fact, it can be infused in terms of concept, it can be infused in terms of applications, it can be infused in terms of assessment, it can be infused in terms of analysis, it can be infused in terms of activity. So I always urge to my faculty friends who have been from the different disciplines, so they need to critically analyze their content. And friends, pedagogy has no idea. Pedagogy will feel deviant. Pedagogy will be being disabled unless and until our curriculum is sound. That's why. So through this presentation, I would like to provide and extend my message is that the young friends, those who have been listening me, or those who have involved to have such kind of seminar, they need to start on working on the curricula, start on working in the content. They need to find out the plot points. Then you need to find out the point where what kind of experiential elements can be incorporated first. And once it is ready, once my curriculum is ready, because curriculum is mirror of the society. Once my curriculum is ready, then they need to use the different pedagogy in order to operate them. And if my curriculum is not sound, if my curriculum is poor, so whatever pedagogy you need to bring, so it will not be beneficial for the whole society, because pedagogy must not be documented. But curriculum, there is chance and possibility of documentation of the curriculum to a certain extent. So a teacher has its own pedagogy, and it is making the documentation is really difficult. But once content is ready, so automatically pedagogy will take its own shape. So how it can be done? There are certain idea you can make it in this condition. So so far experiential learning is concerned, so there are certain idea national education policy is rightly thinking to help to integrate the skill components. And intention is very clear, friends. Intention is that we need to develop specific employability-oriented competency among our learners. It may be in terms of any form. So a science student, a science learner need to develop certain patience, need to develop certain perseverance, need to become comfortable in handling the equipments. And the equipments must not be in and around the laboratory. Rather, why not we are thinking of having that equipments in terms of in nature also. And that equipment need to produce something which would be beneficial for the society. So, so what happened? In order to do these things, so we need to emphasize the hands-on training and learning. We need to provide practical know how and what to do. And we need to make our learners become readiness so that they can contribute to the job-specific training. Some examples are very clear before you. Like we may like to create electrician, we may like to create plumber, we may like to create machine operator, and why not we like to create a data analyst. So far the research is concerned. So now everywhere I do have little observation is that students are very comfortable in writing introductions, but the moment analysis of data is come into mind, they always explore who can analyze my data. Friends, experiential learning also always propagate, always nurture, always create a platform where we can have a small courses like data analysis, where we can have a course like the data mining, where we can have a course like data tabulations, organizations, data interpretations. Friends, we need not to only put the emphasis on specific ability. So we require both both software as well as hardware. We require always this soft skills. Being a teacher, I'd like to urge in this condition is that, so experiential learning always require lot of practices. So experiment is one of the subdomain, is one of the subcategory under experiential learning. So not only in addition to experiment, we require continuous practice, we require continuous listening, we require continuous communications, we need to develop reading habits. Friends, we all are from the teacher fraternity, teaching fraternity. So if you like to be a good and great teacher, first of all, we need to develop communication skills. So our communication must be in such a way that which can draw attention, which can develop affinity among our learners. So content is one of the important component. So I must request, this is my earnest request to the institution like Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education. So why not we are going to operate such a soft skill courses, so the student can develop the communication skills, student can develop the reading skills, student can develop at least their courage and confidence to stand before the interview. These are also part of the experiential learning, friends. And it is always possible in and around the four compartments of the classroom. Yes, it's fine. So if we provide experiences, either through self experiences, or the experience would be gained by the senior people who has a long and strong series of experiences. So we must develop the self-awareness, self-confidence among the people, and we must encourage our learners to state that, so you can do the thing. The ability you have the capability to do the things. So the self practices to make the learning become a great.
Sir, take a conclude karibe. Deri hegilani launch pe.
Madam, I understand that our stomach is ringing. Everybody need to rush up for the lunch. So thank you very much. So listening to the last speaker is really a difficult task. This is my. I'm not speaking. This is the interesting findings of the research used to say. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. And I always believe, I always respect that the idea generated from this great seminar. And with the last submission is that, so we must work together. Let's live together and make our institutions like NKCT a great platform. So who can establish an experiential learning center, and so who can contribute something great for the globe at large, so that this should be the great takeaway, this should be the large takeaway for the Navakrishna Chaudhary College of Teacher Education at large. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity and listening me patiently. Once again, I must be thankful, and I must congratulate the idea the inception by under the leadership of Patron, Draupadi Madam. Thank you very much. Once we come together, work together, so that we can have certain kind of experiences from the experiential learning. Thank you. Namaskar.
Sorry for interruption, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your exceptional presentation. You have discussed in details about the concrete learning, reflective observation, active involvement. In details, you have discussed all the experiential learning. Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you very much. We have come to an end and we have ended this plenary session. So I thank the chairperson of this session, Professor Draupadi Patil Madam, for chairing this session, and I extend my warm and thanks to all the panelists, Professor Samit Padi sir, Dr. Payal Banerjee Madam, Professor Manoj Kumar Pradhan sir, and Professor